Good morning. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently September 30th. It is month end, guys. So month end, final trading day. We'll see what they want to have in store for us today. So final trading day of the month. And it's also the final trading day of the quarter. Q3 coming to an end. So obviously with month end, typically you can see some distribution signals in stocks that have outperformed as funds are looking to position themselves for the new quarter. So we'll see if we can spot some clear rotational trends this morning. Obviously we're going to go through some charts here in a brief moment, as well as some of the pre-market data here. So I just want to take you to let's go here. So some of our unusual volumes, let's just do a quick check here. Wolf speed up 23.53%, trading a decent amount of volume, 3.95 million shares. Then you got SMR down 3.5%. So nuclear stocks are under pressure. That's trading 1.6 million shares in the pre-market, pretty decent. You got BTI, British American Tobacco, trading 1.3 million shares. I just like to look at the big boys. All right, you got QuantumScape trading 3.85 million. You've got CCL trading 1.35 million. So right off the hop, CCL, QuantumScape, SMR, Wolfspeed, BTI are, and this Yard, YRD, which I'm not too familiar with, are trading a substantial amount of volume. So those are great day trading vehicles. Let's look at some of our top gainers in the market so far. Top gainers in the market, we have this River North. This is New York Stock Exchange, by the way. River North Opportunities, 88.68%. Wolf Speed pushing up. Tambourine Resources. I'm just looking at some of the vehicles that I would actually trade. United Natural Foods, UNFI, that's up 5.48. Nice move there. 2 billion market cap. Path, ticker PATH. That's up 4.14. Trading a decent amount of volume, 194,000 shares. Circles up. Triple Venture, QuantumScape seeing some liquidity. They got a nice amount of volume in the pre-market here, 3.85 million shares already. So that's looking like it's probably going to be a stock that presses higher as long as the market remains A-OK. So that's pretty much your top gainers. Let's look at some of the top losers real quick. So we have top losers, TIC, Tick, Acuren Corporation down 7. 2.6 billion market cap, volume 43,000. Okay. Ambac, Lux, Track. Interesting. CHMI, Goldman Sachs, BDC. I don't know what the heck that is. What else we got here? QBTS, so quantum stocks are certainly under pressure. Big Bear AI. That's not the right ticker though. That's the WS. That's I think the warrants. Spotify down sharply in the pre-market. Spotify's a leader in this market. It quietly just grinds. But Spotify down pretty tremendously. What else we got? Tilly's, First Majestic. Yeah, you are seeing some silver net distribution across the board. So it's certainly See what else we have here. So we've looked at the top gainers, top losers. We'll look at some of the most active real quick. Again, QuantumScape, Wolfspeed, Neo, SMR. A big distribution day continuing to hit your nuclear stocks. So nuclear stocks continue to remain under pressure. Big Bear AI under a little bit of pressure. QBTS, quantum stocks are also under pressure. Novo Nordisk seeing a little bit more sell side. Silver, Alibaba's strong today. Oklo down a couple percent. Circle strong. XBEV strong. So China strong today. Nuclear weak. Quantum weak. And silver weak. Interesting. All right, let's go through some of these headlines here. Now that we've looked at it, I just want to see if there's any sort of opportunities that we can use for catalyst trading. Again, so we'll see what happens. Jim Cramer says this tech stock is just a rocket ship. Amphenol Corporation, APH. Let me pull that up on my other chart here. APH, eh? What are you saying, Jimmy? Did Jimmy give it the kiss of death? UAMY, kiss of death. Okay, let's go. Unusual Machines receives a 12.8 million defense order supplying Logic's RRSL drones. So UMAC is the ticker, pumping to the high side. You're actually seeing quite a bit of drone stocks acting very well today, especially Dragonfly. You know, we were telling people to accumulate Dragonfly off of this 440. I exited early, but wow, what a pop on Dragonfly. That is crazy. We would have been up 91% on our commons. That's insane. That is insane. So lots of money flowing into drone stocks this morning. So very positive catalyst trading for drone stocks moving. UMAC, DPRO, ONDS are just some of the few. But specifically this DPRO catching a really sizable bid on the back of some news. So very impressive move to the upside for DPRO, gapping up this morning. All right, let's see what else we have on the tape. So Transocean, aka Rig, private offering of 500 million senior priority guaranteed notes due by 2032. Its wholly owned subsidiary. Let's take a quick peek at ticker RIG. RIG under a little bit of pressure. We'll just watch that one. I think that was an old headline. Ticker LW, Lamb Weston, reporting earnings and pushing up here. So Lamb Weston Holdings affirms fiscal year 2026 sales guidance of 6.35 to 6.55 billion versus the estimate of 6.492 billion. So they're holding their guidance, which is a decent thing. You can see they're gapping up here on that news. Very positive move in the pre-market for Lamb Weston, ticker LW. They just saw that gap up, so we could see if that starts to creep into the broad consumer staple market. Let's look at Walmart. Interesting. Let's look at GIS. A little bit of positivity. We'll see if staples want to catch a bit of a bid here. Paychecks, so ticker PayX. Also reporting earnings here and gapping down right now. So PayX, wow, under a lot of pressure here. Quite a bit of pressure. You can see it's even gapping through a key 618 fib level. That is a big breakdown in ticker PayX. Let's see what we got going here though. We are close to some support here. There's a really big trend line approaching on ticker PayX. Let's just throw up a fib retrace from our main COVID low. Yeah, that's a big, I would like to trade at 118. 118 PayX is a big level. That would be a liquidity sweep breakdown of this longer trend line. They love to do that. You'd be testing a major fib level, back testing this previous consolidation range. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good from my opinion. So a little bit of PayX news. Goldman Sachs initiates coverage on Schrödinger, ticker SDGR. I'm not too familiar with that. Let's see. So a little bit of initiation coverage, okay. Let's continue to move along here. Citigroup maintains a buy on Monday, ticker MNDY. Let's see what that's doing recently. Still trying to work itself off of those lows, holding quite steady though. Apollo, Slock, Skycharger, and the electric era of next generation fast charging, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Spotify appoints co-CEO as top boss Daniel Ek's transition to chairman role. Okay, so that's why Spotify is down because of the transition role of Daniel Ek, I should say. So Spotify seeing just a little bit of near-term distribution. So that might be a bit of a short opportunity to say Spotify. We'll see what happens here. All right, let's keep moving on. JP Morgan maintains overweight on Cousins prop, raises price target. Okay, Circle surges as Circle to corporate with Deutsche Börse on stablecoin adoption in Europe. So on Tuesday, the company announced a memorandum understanding that Deutsche Börse Group aimed at expanding stablecoins. Okay. So we can see CRCL up a little bit in the pre-market here on the back of partnering with an over-the-counter bank, it looks like, or another fund aimed at expanding its stable coin. Interesting. So a new partnership for Circle. Partnership for a little bit more headlines today, which is always nice because it allows us and provides us opportunity. We want volatility as day traders. All right, let's keep scrolling through these headlines and then we'll look at some of the usual suspects here in terms of stocks to trade. LifeMed expands Novo Nordisk partnership to offer Ozempic. So virtual care provider LifeMD, let's pull that up here. LifeMD announced on Tuesday it has expanded its existing partnership with Novo Nordisk to offer the Danish drug maker's diabetes therapy Ozempic through its telehealth platforms. The company added that thanks to its integration with Novo's direct-to-consumer platform, Novo Care Pharmacy, the popular GLP-1 therapy will be available for self-paying, uninsured, and underinsured patients at $4.99 a month. Let's look at these two stocks. Let's look at NVO. I did see NVO down in the pre-market, looking like NVO was breaking a key trend line, but coming into initial support zone, getting ready for a nice bounce. It's retracing that whole liquidity. Let's look at LFMD. This is the partnership that they secured. LFMD gapping up. So this one's interesting because it's quite oversold, and now you're partnering with a big firm like Novo. It's looking like a bit of a bull flag attempt at a breakout. So let me just do a quick volume check of this particular ticker. Where are we trading at right now? Okay, so the average 30-day volume for LifeMed is pretty positive. So LFMD partnership with NVO. Not a bad looking chart to potentially trade on the long side. There's a couple different bullish patterns that we're watching here. An inverse head and shoulders, a little bit of a bull flag pattern. You're above the 7 and 20. You got the crossover back test. Now you're back above, gapping up. So this one could run to the upside. LFMD does have that news catalyst behind it that it could absolutely run. So keep that one on watch because it's something we can certainly trade potentially today. It's not looking too bad. Not looking bad at all. All right, let's keep scrolling along here. Morgan Stanley, Charles Schwab, Leidos, and more. Okay, that's CNBC's final trades. Just doing my quick scan. Shark Ninja launches nationwide innovation channels to empower next generation partnerships. Blah, 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 blah. So many headlines out here are just absolutely waste of breath. Rigetti secures 5.7 million in orders for 2 upgradable Novera quantum systems. Let's look at RGTI. So a little bit of news on Rigetti today. You would figure it would be popping it, but it's not. It's under some significant pressure. So again, the headline for Rigetti secures 5.7 million in orders for 2 upgradable Novera quantum systems. So obviously, I guess that's helpful in the fact that it's securing a little bit more partnership. But, when we look at the whole entire complex and We obviously took a nice amount of profit off of IONQ yesterday. We were short IONQ off of this 71.77 level, and that paid us quite nicely. And IONQ is an interesting one because if we go back to the regular trading session, you can see IONQ has triggered a bit of a head and shoulders formation on your hourly chart, and that gives us two downside targets. One down here, 61, and the other one down here around 57. So we already tested the pre-market lows down here around 61.50-ish. It's bouncing a little bit, but quantum stocks are certainly under some near-term pressure today. They are seeing some net liquidations continuing, and I don't mind that. I don't mind that. They need a back and fill. They need a back and fill quite substantially. Cars.com named automotive content partner for Uber. Let's look at cars. That could be a big catalyst. Daily chart. Cars has been going through some net distribution. It's up about 3 cents in the pre-market on a partnership with Uber. Let's see if it actually spiked higher in the pre-market. Yeah, you can see it spiked all the way up to 1267 on that news announcement with Uber. And now it's come back in. So that was about a 3% spike. Let's just do a quick volume check. So it doesn't trade over a million shares, which it's tough for me to get behind. I don't want to be a pump and dumper. But if you're a trader, that one does have a positive news catalyst behind it today that it could run. Bitcoin well buys 31.36 Bitcoins at an average of 113,000. So a little bit of buying from certain Bitcoin funds. Bitcoin well. You can see Bitcoin today down just a touch. Ethereum also trying to hold steady, down, bouncing just a touch. Let's look at MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy is down by about $4 on the session. Coinbase chart still looking pretty decent, but down just a little bit. MARA, what a fat candle yesterday, up 15.6, taking a bit of a breather. It's needed. IREN, we absolutely crushed this one on the short side. I wouldn't short this one until we made a pierce again of that high. It's still a very, very strong chart. Let's look at Cipher, ticker CIFR, gapping up just a little bit. All right, U.S. airlines issue a warning on the negative impact of a government shutdown. So we will see whether or not Trump announces a government shutdown, but obviously there is certain concerns around it. Let's look at airlines real quick. Airlines are continuing to remain under pressure on the back of that potential shutdown. You look at AAL, it's just absolutely collapsed, and it is coming into an area that makes a bit of sense for a day trade scalp today. If we get a retrace down of this pivot, that's on watch for a bit of a long trade. With Biocorp, nothing to do there. Solaris Energy and Sola X Power announcement, new hybrid inverter and storage. Okay, that's nothing really to do there. Let's just keep scrolling through. Whoops. Credo technology to acquire Hyperloom to boost high-speed connectivity growth. So let's look at CRDO. Credo technology has been a strong runner. A little bit of capex spending, so that should hit the stock somewhat negatively, but for the time being, it's still remaining slightly positive. You're about to get a bearish cross of the 7 and 20. Usually when you let that pierce it off of a bounce, that's your short. Wendy's debut tendies on the menu nationwide, so a little bit of a new product for Wendy's. Rocket Reach announces a SOC2 Type 2 and ISO 27001 recertification. Nothing to really do there. Wolf Research initiates coverage on James Hurd Industries. Okay. Freeport-McMoRan to divest 12% share in Indonesian unit to government free of charge. Wow. JP Morgan maintains overweight in Shark Ninja. So eVTOL stocks are catching quite a bit of a bid this morning. Actually they were. I guess they've been faded a little bit. Joby negative now. Archer also negative. Interesting. So today there's a headline: Joby ANA Holdings kickoff demonstration of public flight of air taxi service at Expo in Osaka, Japan. So we'll see if that headline can pump up the stock a little bit, but it's supposed to be a positive demonstration for eVTOL taxis. So we'll see whether or not that headline, again, if you look at the headline here, Joby ANA Holdings kickoff demonstrate public flight of air taxi service at Expo 2025, Osaka, Kansai, Japan. So public flight of Joby's aircraft at the Expo 2025 in collaboration with ANA mark a global first and a new phase in the development of Japan's air taxi ecosystem. So we will see whether or not that is a positive demonstration or not. Right now they are under a little bit of pressure. That's a positive headline. I'm surprised the stocks aren't actually running on that news. Quite interesting. Let's just see if there's a trade. So right now they're sitting on a bull flag pattern, basically right at the low of yesterday. There is an aggressive buy right here. You can see this previous pivot zone. Let's remove that. Previous pivot, high pivot, impulse breakout. You did confirm the breakout. So Joby is an aggressive long here. And you can use sort of an hourly or even a 10-minute close below this trend line as your stop loss if you're looking to trade JOBY on the long side. But we'll see whether or not that wants to firm up here. Again, Dragonfly did get a nice U.S. Army to fly flex FPV drone shares up 15%. So they got a nice headline. Ticker DPRO. All right, I think that is the usual headlines. Not seeing anything else that is worth mentioning just yet. So we'll run through some of the usual charts in a brief moment. I'm just doing a quick and final scan. Let me see what type of upgrades, downgrades we've gotten this morning. So let me go upgrade stocks today. We got ADL, Freeport McMoran, Celsius, MLTX, FIS, MRUS, SMTC. Okay. Let me just show you some of these upgrades and downgrades real quick. So you can see these are some of our upgrades today. ADIL, FCX, buy target of 42, Celsius, MLTX, FIS, MRUS, SMTC, General Dynamics, AS. This is a hold, so those are upgraded yesterday, a few upgraded today. Let's look at our downgrades today. Downgrade today, MRUS, MTSR, so not MicroStrategy, it's Metsera Inc. Downgrade today, price target of 54. Unity Software downgraded today. SMR downgraded today. Oklo downgraded today by Bank of America Securities. Ticker CART, Maple Bear downgraded today to a hold. Electronic Arts downgraded today to a sell. MRUS downgraded today. MRUS again downgraded today. EA downgraded today. Interesting. Okay. So let's flip back to some of those. Let's look at Oklo real quick. Last time I checked, it was under a bit of pressure in the pre-market. Come on. So again, Oklo is actually positive in the pre-market. Let's look at uranium. Uranium is slightly negative. So Oklo has a couple downgrades today. We should see some weakness in it as long as uranium remains weak. Unity Software downgrade today. You can see that stock's under a bit of pressure at the lows. Unity Software might be a short if the market's weak, at least a day trade short into this gap. Not quite ready for a swing short. It could get one more bounce, but getting there. Let's look at SMR. SMR was also downgraded today, and that's gapping down just a little bit. So you can see SMR was sitting right on this trend line zone. It is still technically holding right at that area, but we'll see if it wants to break that type of support. Okay. Let's look at some of these upgrades real quick. So ADIL getting an upgrade. Path and OpenAI partnership. Yeah, so you're seeing a continuation. Wow, look at that move. That's a nice move on ticker PATH. Blasting off into space. Pew. Thank you, Surfers. Thank you. So, yep, so blasting off there on a partnership. 100%. Again, you're breaching this weekly chart resistance here. You have a weekly chart EMA 113, but this one could probably, just based off of how we've seen stocks that get the news around OpenAI, it's like, Midas touch goes to gold. This one could probably push to about 17 bucks today. Tough one to short. There is a lot of resistance coming up into this weekly pivot, weekly EMA 113, but you simultaneously look at the bullish pattern that it's triggering and take a look at this weekly inverse, right? This is a big weekly inverse head and shoulders pattern that is now being established on ticker PATH, and it was nowhere near triggering yet, but after today, all of a sudden, you look at that type of a trigger, if as long as it holds, remember, this is the final trading day of the month, final trading day of the quarter, but ticker PATH triggering a massive formation right now. It's craziness, eh? Which would mean that after a bit of consolidation, you could still squeeze about 30% gain out of that name if it were to fulfill the upside measured move. You can see the last time we triggered an inverse head and shoulders here, you had a big pop, but that initial weekly surge candle, there was really no upside left in the tank. I mean, minimal upside left. So it was like you were either positioned net long before the big pop and you made money. If you tried chasing it after, you lost money. I mean, you had a dip and then a pop. So just be careful, right? Just be careful. I'm seeing similar structure. I don't know what this news announcement was. It looks like it was on its earnings. But nevertheless, you can see how this stock tends to pop. Then it gets distributed. Dips, that would be your chance to buy it off of a swing trade. Maybe intraday it gets a little bit more momentum. But it's a tough one to certainly try to chase. You can see the big gap up that happened. And obviously this gap up, you can see the candle range here. So the candle range was a pretty significant one. So it's a name that you can potentially buy the dip on today if you get a dip intraday. So Path, nice move there on Path. We got out too early. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a crazy move, that one. Very strong. Very, very strong. All right, let's keep scrolling through. Oh, let's see what Snowflake is doing here. Snowflake's also included a little bit. Snowflake. Chart pattern on Snowflake's looking pretty decent here, guys, for a technical long. It's looking pretty good on Snowflake. I would not be opposed to swing longs on this name. You're above your 7 and 20. You're looking like you've digested that big earnings pop up. You've still been trading inside of this bullish candle breakout while defending that gap fill and high pivot. So Snowflake looks ready for a bit of a continuation long, in my opinion. All right, let's see what else is shaking and moving today. So let's take a look at ticker Wolf. You know, the stock that just keeps screaming higher. Look at that. Crazy, eh, Sarfraz? That makes you, CoreWeave is also ripping. Yeah, CoreWeave gapping up this morning on the back of that news. So OpenAI continuing to breathe some life into this market. And that's okay. We will see what happens. I think CoreWeave's probably going to be a gap and cracker. But for the time being, yeah, up 9.8%, ripping to the upside. Big mover there. So the CoreWeave news pops on the $14 billion deal with Meta for AI power. Shares are trading higher following the reports suggesting that the company secured a $14 billion deal with Meta. Also, Evercore ISI Group initiated coverage on the stock with an outperform rating and a 175 price target. So absolutely ripping to the upside. Let's look at some of our other semiconductors. Micron still holding steady. AMD under a little bit of pressure. Nvidia under a little, are actually acting quite well on the tape. Robinhood is taking a bit of a breather after it had a big pop yesterday. Silver and gold also taking a bit of a breather. Silver down 1.74. Gold down slightly on the session. Silver miners are down a couple percentage points here. Freeport McMoran, ticker FCX, continues to surge and catch a bit of a bid to the upside. SoFi is under a little bit of pressure this morning. It continues to grind a little bit lower. Oklo's gone positive. Western Digital positive. Oracle still under pressure. Alibaba continuing to surge to the upside, just non-stop price action. Open Door continuing to come under a little bit of pressure. Snapchat slightly negative. PayPal continuing to try to build some strength off of yesterday's push. Did come in from the highs quite sharply. Natural gas is just a beast right now. Look at that breakout on nat gas. I mean, wow, extraordinary move to the upside. You have triggered a very bullish inverse head and shoulders pattern on nat gas. You can see the upside potential. Along with that inverse head and shoulders, you got a nice bull flag pattern here that did break out. You just simply do that little measured move. And you can see nat gas could still easily push to 364. Not today, though. I would be shocked if that was today. All right, let's keep scrolling through here, see what else we can find. So yeah, Lamb Westnet earnings, Arch Capital, QS QuantumScape is seeing a decent amount of volume in the pre-market. They're also pumping to the high side here. Ticker Celsius, CELH, also pumping to the high side. A nice 3-bar surge on the daily chart, looking very strong. And some of your biggest losers is PayX, Cummins, ticker CMI. CMI under a little bit of pressure. Actually, they're recaptured. They're positive now in the pre-market. Spotify's down on the back of a CEO transition. Daniel Ek, their long-appointed CEO and founder, he's set to leave. Good morning, Maria. Good morning. Maple Bear is down. Ticker CRT. That one continues to see net liquidations across the board. Nasty chart breakdown. Let's look at DNA. Ginkgo Bioworks is looking like it's trying to break out of a big stage 1 basing formation. You know, if you break out of this area, this stock is going to absolutely run. run to the upside, and you're seeing quite a bit of high volume. You've had a nice moving average convergence on the daily chart. You've flattened out all of the 50, the 200, the EMA 113. You're piercing above the 1 year moving average. So this chart has a lot of potential. I mean, that's a really, really big, W bottom. Nice weekly chart bull flag trying to pop to the upside. So that one's on watch for a potential swing trade long. You have certain consumer discretionary under pressure, RL. Let's look at Nike. So Nike obviously reports earnings today. Nike is sitting right on a very key important previous little gap fill here. You can see a little gap from February. We'll see what happens. Do I think Oracle fills the gap? I think there's a strong chance of it, yeah, especially if they announce the TikTok deal. That acquisition of TikTok would be a major dilution to shareholders because they're going to be paying such a high premium for TikTok. So I think that if they secure the TikTok deal, that should equal a lot of net dilution for the stock. And then realistically, if you think about the partnership with OpenAI, I mean, it seems like it was just a quick pump and dump, but the stock not really acting well since that news pop up. You are sitting on daily chart support, you're 20, but there's a chance, Oracle, just keep in mind it's a strong stock. If the market pushes probably to new all-time highs, this will catch a bid because it's just naturally very strong, trades with the market. But I think Oracle, that pop, I don't think that pop was justified on that news. I think that there's a little bit of support if you hit the lower boundary channel here. But eventually I do think Oracle can come back down to this gap. And then I think there's going to be a lot of support there. You'll have a ton of people trying to buy Oracle. But if they do announce that deal, then that should be net dilution for the overall company. All right, let's keep scrolling through here just to see what else is shaking and moving. So again, we discussed ticker PATH. That's seeing a nice amount of volume on the back of OpenAI, QuantumScape pushing, Wolfspeed. I mean, there might be a short trade here, but look at this pop up into a nice little weekly resistance. No gap fill, but definitely a high pivot resistance point. Odds are we're going to sweep that high pivot today. So it does look like they're going to try to sweep it. What a move though, eh? 1700% yesterday at the highs. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Tesla under a little bit of pressure. Intel under a little bit of pressure. Let's look at some of these names. So Tesla ended the day yesterday with a bit of a 52-week high doji candle closing inside these previous pivot highs. So a little bit of distribution. Tesla does need to consolidate and digest some of these gains. It's just been grinding higher and higher. That being said, it's still a very strong chart. Not a flat out technical short, but maybe a bit of a scalp short today. If the market comes in, you could look for a little bit of weakness. Intel continuing to see some net distribution. Another name that is super duper extended. I would let the 7-day moving average catch up to Intel if you're wanting to trade on the long side. Let's see what else we got going. Google right now under slightly negative, Apple slightly negative, Amazon slightly negative, SPY Qs, IWM all negative, with the Russell 2000 today leading the charge to the downside. So looking at the IWM here, let me go to the intraday hourly chart for us. Let's clean this up here. We had a nice amount of trades yesterday, guys, on the main indices. So if we get the right type of movement today, we will obviously enter some more 0 DTE trades. We crushed it yesterday. Yesterday was a very successful session for me personally, but hourly chart of the Russell is quite interesting. Had the initial move up, gap up yesterday, hard rejection, looks like a bear flag, but this is actually setting up for a potential technical buy off the bottom of the range. You retest these low pivots, you do a little bit of a liquidity sweep of these low pivots here, and that actually sets up a potential little buy opportunity on the Russell. So a pierce of these pivots is an aggressive long, keeping a tight stop loss. That's not a bad area. There, we could easily chop in this range again today. We could chop until Trump speaks at 11. You do have some data around that 10, 9:45, 10 a.m. But the Russell is an interesting chart pattern here. If it loses this area, not much support until you come down to this 239 area. You know, maybe even retesting this previous little gap fill zone that we made back here mid-September. But again, today's going to be interesting. Month end, quarter end. You got Trump, you got data. Abe saying Wolf went bankrupt and adjusted the stock price, so it's not really a good thing in the long term, but I'm guessing people that own the stock has that new stock price. Yeah, exactly. I appreciate that news. Nevertheless, I mean, you know, had you went long here yesterday, 780, that would have been a crazy move, right? Gapping up again. But yeah, it's long term. I agree. It's not a healthy thing. Uh, but time being, I mean, you can just see how our market works, right? Eh, even though the company's still in trouble, the restructuring obviously is boding a little bit of confidence and instilling some confidence in the overall stock. All right, what else do we have moving here? So again, Meta seeing some buy side pressure. Let's look at the S&P 500 here, identify our trading levels. So right away, the bulls today, the big level that we're watching, and I've always been watching over the last few sessions, is the 7-day moving average. So it's a daily chart level, and that's a big level that the bulls need to maintain. So if we lose that 7-day, that becomes a short. Technically speaking, holding above that daily chart 7 moving average is still a flat out long. So I think that as long as we remain above that key zone, we should still see some bulls try to defend that price. Again, your daily chart moving average is sitting at 662.63 on SPY. So watch for a reaction on the daily chart off of that level. If we look at the SPX, you can see the SPX daily chart moving average, 7 moving average is sitting at 665.181. So we will see if the bulls want to defend that area. That is technically a bit of an aggressive long off that zone. If you get an hourly close below that daily chart moving average, then it becomes a short. We got to start looking at key shorts on the overall market. So we will see whether or not we'll see whether or not they want to hold that area. Looking at the QQQ here, QQQ, very similar structure. Nice doji candle, held the 7-day yesterday. Right now you're gapping, trying to push below it, but still technically holding above it. So watch those bigger time frame areas on the main indices. You can see the IWM is technically trading below the key daily chart 7 moving average. So this becomes a short. You know, realistically, your bigger time frame support levels are going to be, and your resistance are going to be your 7 and 20. You're just sandwiched between those key moving averages as of now. One thing I'm watching right now is the dollar. Notice how the dollar is recapturing its daily chart 7 moving average, quietly making a red to green reversal in the pre-market here. You can see that nice push to the upside. So that Dixie chart is still looking constructive to push higher. It broke out of this downsloping trend line at major long-term support. It's gone through some backing and filling throughout the session over the last few days. But it looks like the DXY could potentially pop to the upside today. We will see what the data comes in around that 10 a.m. time frame. You got a little bit of housing data. You got some Chicago PMI, consumer confidence, and then the jolts. The jolts and the consumer confidence at 10 a.m. And 9:45 a.m. is going to be pretty important. So PMI at 9:45, consumer confidence at 10, jolts at 10. So it's aggressive taking entries on the day trade side ahead of that data. Obviously, there's certain stocks that are absolutely running, but indice trading is a little bit aggressive. The positive for the market is oil has absolutely collapsed from that breakout target. Look how nasty they are in oil. Every single time you pop up, they just sell into it. Pop up, sell, pop up, sell, pop up, sell. So Oil right now back testing a critical support line. It is a technical long off of this area, but if you were to get a daily chart close below this area, that's a bit of a problem. Oil's still technically holding a low, higher low, higher low, higher low, and it is making a little bit of some higher highs here, but the bigger pattern, oil is getting very, very tricky here. You're just in a wedge formation, and whichever way this wedge formation basically breaks is going to have an extraordinary move to the upside. But oil as of now is showing some positivity for the market. Definitely helping the market in the near term. All right, let's do a final check here. We got 7 minutes till the open. Again, themes in the market. You got nuclear stocks under pressure, IONQ and SMR under a bit of pressure. China stocks are strong. Drone stocks are very, very strong. Mega cap tech is mixed here. You got price action strength in semiconductors. You got crypto under a little bit of pressure. In terms of your high performing sectors right now, the main indices are negative across the tape, with your Russell leading the charge to the downside. I just want to see something here from a sector standpoint. So initially you have your communication sectors down, financials are down, energy's down, industrials down, technology down, staples down. Real estate is your only positive sector of the market. So XLRE is your only sector green. Everything else is red across the board. Energy is your worst performing sector as of now. We'll see what happens here. All right, let's go to split screen mode here. You can see SPY is coming right into that daily chart moving average. Very interesting level. Very interesting. Your Dixie is catching a really sizable bid right now. Very strong bid on your US dollar. So again, that's going to apply some additional pressure to gold. That's going to apply some additional pressure to silver. Look how extended GDX remains super duper extended. SILJ remains super duper extended still. Strong charts, but coming under some pressure today. All right, let's look at quickly BBAI here. Yeah, that's still under pressure. SoFi, we crushed SoFi on the put side yesterday, and SoFi is looking pretty bearish here intraday, sitting right on a kind of a cliff edge, head and shoulders on the hourly chart. SoFi looks pretty weak here from a technical short setup. But I'm going to keep the daily chart open on SPY for a brief moment. We'll see how it reacts off of the open here, off of this daily chart 7 moving average for SPY. Let's see how it reacts. Yeah, Dragonfly absolutely printed to the high side, right? So drone stocks are catching a nice bid from the military. You also have UMAC, which secured a bit of a contract, not performing as well, but DPRO is such a small stock. You know, it's not even $1 billion yet market cap, and it has a high short interest. So it has about a 30% short interest. So that's likely going to change today. But DPRO, a nice push to the upside. And I sold mine for an extreme amount of profit, but missed this gap up here. Full disclosure, I'm a little salty about it, but nevertheless, I still made just under 50% on my common shares, so I'm happy with my gain. But obviously, you know, it's tough watching a stock getting a nice positive news catalyst. But yeah, I would definitely rebuy that one if it were to pull back a little bit. But you can see the bullish pattern that it triggered a really strong move on Dragonfly. Amazing, amazing. And you can just imagine, I mean, I think it's still under 100 million market cap. Imagine that stock went to, say, a billion market cap or even 500 million. That would be insane, right? Absolutely insane. All right, so we are set to open here very, very shortly. Let's close that. Breaking down. Plug power was under pressure yesterday, open as well. We'll see if these stocks can hold their gains today. We have quite a bit of data around that 945.10, and we also have Trump. Will the government go through a bit of a shutdown? Time will tell. All right, 2 minutes till the open, ladies and gents. 2 minutes till the open. Let's get ready to rock and roll. Let's look at this path here, because path is squeezing. We'll see how Hood responds as well. Under a little bit of pressure. Quanta names on watch. Let's look at this path here. All right, Trump is speaking right now.
They've been after me for so many years now.
So
Here
Trump
we are.
speaking.
Here we are. Come to the White House anytime you'd like. No, they've given up. They're bad, a lot of bad people. But all over, that's been so popular. It's been a very popular. I really thought that we were going to have to sort of fight it through. There's been no fight.
Listen to it in the background since we're opening here for the day trade. I'll basically bring you up to speed if I hear anything. But Trump is live right now, which likely means that he's probably going to keep this market fairly buoyant here. You can see there's trying to open it up here. Path is coming in a little bit. Hood catching a bid. EST, IONQ back to the positive side. Core we've up 10%, 9% now. Robinhood getting slightly faded from the highs. SPY, they're still trying to defend that 7. Hood is still remaining strong on the session. BBAI trying to go green. CoreWeave still strong, but coming in from the highs. Robinhood pressing to the highs. What else we got going on? So again, Trump speaking, they're probably going to pump the market up here, guys. CoreWeave coming in a little bit. Just let this market settle out. There's a lot of risk just trying to chase it, especially when you have Trump live. If you guys want me to
Well,
play
they
it.
go with the word war. And, you know, we want war because we want to have no wars. But you have to be there. And, you know, sometimes you have to do it. I have settled so many wars since we're here. We're here almost 9 months, and I've settled 7. And yesterday we might have settled the biggest of them all, although I don't know. Pakistan, India was very big. Both nuclear powers, I settled that. But yesterday could be the settlement in the Middle East. That hasn't happened for 3,000 years. I said, how long have you been fighting? 3,000 years, sir. That's a long time. But we got it, I think, settled. We'll see. Hamas has to agree. And if they don't, it's going to be very tough on them. But it is what it is. But all of the Arab nations, Muslim nations have agreed. Israel has agreed. It's an amazing thing. It just came together. War is very strange, you know. You never know what's going to happen with war. The easiest one of them all is Putin. I said, number one, it's a war that would have never happened if I were president, if the election weren't rigged, and if I were president, that war would have never happened, not even a little chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. But I knew Putin very well, and I thought that would be easy because I know him so well. Well, that one turned out to be the hardest of them all. We had some that were not settleable, and they all got settled. So if this works out that we did yesterday with the Middle East, then that's more than a war. That's lots of wars. That's all combined. That's a lot of wars. Many of you were over there in many different capacities in many different countries. That's a big part of the earth. But if that works out, it would be 8+. I could give myself 2 or 3 for that one. And then we just have the one to settle, and we have to settle it up with President Putin and Zelensky. Got to get them together and get it done. But the only way we can do that is through strength. I mean, if we were weak, they wouldn't even take my phone call. But we have extreme strength.
SPY breaking down.
We had the horror show in Afghanistan, which is really the reason I think that Putin went in. He saw that horror show by Biden and his team of incompetent people. And that showed, I think it gave him a path in. I wasn't there any longer. I watched that, and it was so horrible. I think it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And now we're back. And that's it. We're not going to have any of that crap happen, I can tell you. That was terrible, so terrible. Together we're reawakening the warrior spirit, and this is a spirit that won and built this nation. And from the cavalry that tamed the Great Plains to the ferocious, unyielding power of Patton Bradley and the great General Douglas MacArthur. These are all great men. In this effort, we're a team, and so my message to you is very simple. I am with you, I support you, and as president, I have your backs 100%. You'll never see me even waver a little bit. It's the way it is. And that includes our great police officers and firemen and all of these people that are doing so well. Together over the next few years, we're going to make our military stronger, tougher, faster, fiercer, and more powerful than it has ever been before. I rebuilt our nuclear, as you probably know, but we'll upgrade that also and just hope we never have to use it. We have to hope we never have to use it.
SoFi coming in hard.
The power of that is...
SoFi really coming in hard, guys. Those 2750 puts still have a little bit of runners. SoFi breaking down quite sharply. Seeing NVIDIA trying to hold steady here. Huge decline there for SoFi. SPY still struggling. Robinhood pumping. SoFi new lows there. Pushing, CoreWeave pushing. Markets are bouncing. Open door under quite a bit of pressure. Seeing more sell side. Hood is a beast right now. Ripping to the upside. Intel getting wrecked. Tesla down 1%. Meta down 1.5%. Google down 1.35%. So your QQQ is your underperforming sector of the market. Look at Intel getting slaughtered. Qs are looking heavy. SPY looking heavy. Closing my SoFi puts from yesterday. My 2750, I'm out of all of them. Closed all my SoFi puts. Whoops, sorry, that's the wrong group. Still seeing quite a bit of individual names shaking and moving. SoFi triggering a lowercase h, head and shoulders pattern on SoFi. Let's look at financials. Trump's still speaking. Financials are holding steady. JP Morgan's green. Still have CoreWeave ripping here. Trying to come in just a little bit. SPY potential head and shoulders. Robinhood still a beast. Your dollar coming in. Lithium Americas Corp, another down day. Let's look at LAC here. Is there a bounce trade? Maybe coming up. 532 is your 7 EMA or daily chart, 7 moving average, and your Fibonacci level. There could be a day trade. No, Oracle stock has been moving really sharply. It has big range, volatility range. Rigetti's gone green. IONQ getting slapped around here. Markets are still heavy. Silver made a nice move on SILJ, getting gobbled up. Look at that reversal. Crazy. Day after day, gold and silver. Robinhood is squeezing. Beast mode. CoreWeave still acting exceptionally well. Nvidia still holding steady. SoFi getting slapped. APK looking at Roblox. Yeah, Roblox getting slapped too. Testing that gap window. Trump is still speaking. Ticker Wolf. Yeah, Wolf breaking out here. Nice observation there. This one could be a squeezer today. Interesting. Quantum names are still seeing distribution. WDC is still a beast. I mean, day after day continues to scream higher. No stopping WDC. Baba coming in a little bit. Duolingo's down. DRS. We do have some data incoming in a few minutes. SMCI seeing some strength. Crypto still under pressure. SPY still seeing some net liquidations here. CoreWeave still managing up 13.3%. SoFi coming in hard. Again, that's triggered a nasty little bear formation on SoFi. You're seeing quite a bit of distribution in your mega cap tech here. Looking at Tesla, that's under pressure. Meta under immense pressure right now for META. You can see Google also under pressure today. Amazon's under pressure. Nvidia holding steady. QQQ is your underperforming indice right now. Qs are looking much heavier for the time being. Big Bear AI going positive here. BBAI making a bit of a red to green reversal. That's a solid value area high level that it's finding some support off of. BMNR struggling. Wow, NEO is having a strong day today. DPRO, big top wick distribution coming in. Interesting. Intel still getting slapped around. Let's look at that LifeMed LFMD, I believe it. Yeah, LifeMed. That one partnered with Novo. Let's look at Novo today. Nice gap down on Novo. Under quite a bit of pressure, seeing a little bit of a bounce. UNH today. Again, I'm just letting this data settle out. Not looking to aggressively trade anything. Just being patient here. We will get some opportunities. We got a lot of data coming up in a few minutes here. 1 minute, you got the Chicago PMI. So let's throw up that dollar. Let's see what happens here. CoreWeave's still a beast. Chicago PMI incoming. Couple minutes. Lithium America Corp still down. CoreWeave still 14%. Still J green. Hood is up 3.5. JP Morgan still green. SPY catching a nice push here. Oklo down a couple percent. Oracle down 1.38. Micron's green. Western Digital green. IONQ down 1.7. Stocks are green across the board with a little bit of distribution in mega cap tech day. Nvidia punching to the highs. Robinhood still a beast. BMNR is negative. NVTS negative. LAC down 5.7. ONDS has gone negative. CCL's green, Rigetti's green, Tesla down 0.8, Intel getting slapped down 3.48. SPY catching a bit, Chicago PMI here in a few seconds. Robinhood now up 4% on the tape. CoreWeave up 15. SPY data is out on the PMI, so PMI came in at a miss. Consensus was 43.4. And it came in at 40.6. Sorry, 40.6. So it's a bit of a miss on your PMI data. It is softening the dollar. That does support higher price in the market as of now. 2-year yield, 10-year yield down. Gold still negative, but making a bit of a climb back. Nat gas still green. Oil still struggling on the session. Your US dollar softening just a little bit here. IWM is green on the tape, so a little bit more liquidity coming back into your small caps. So positive momentum hitting the tape right now. Nvidia trying to break out. It is your mega cap that is green on the session, while everything else is red. 10 a.m. we have a lot more data at 10 a.m. That's the bigger data set. We could rally into 10 a.m., but that is your bigger data set. IWM showing some positivity right now. Dixie still softening. Nat gas up 1.1. Apple trying to go green. Trump is still speaking. Crypto's catching a bid. Amazon's still down 1%. Let's look at Amazon here for a potential long scalp. Back testing your EMA on the daily chart. So far, they're defending the S&P 7 moving average. Google's still struggling. Meta's still struggling. Your Dixie still softening here. DXY still coming in. JP Morgan starting to soften up here. You're seeing a little bit of distribution in your financial stocks. So JP Morgan's starting to come in hard. Webull continues to see a little bit of distribution on the session, trying to catch a little bit of a bid. ACN breaking out to the high side, looking much better. IONQ trying to firm up. SoFi really coming in. Look at SoFi, guys. Nasty breakdown on SoFi, triggering that head and shoulders. Nasty. You could be heading down to 24 bucks on SoFi. That is looking pretty dirty. JP Morgan really coming in. Nvidia still holding technical structure. Let's look at PayPal. Let's get AFRM here. So you're seeing certain financial stocks under quite a bit of pressure. Quite a bit, while your certain tech stocks are seeing a remarkable bid right now. SPY getting some top wick distribution right now. Looking at CoreWeave, it's still a beast here to the high side. A little bit of top wick distribution. Wow, but SoFi just getting liquidated, guys. Members, our $26 puts could be in the money today. They could be in the money today. The way that this is selling. Let's see if we can get paid today on these. Might consider trimming just a little bit, but wow, under a lot of pressure. Certain financial stocks are getting hit. Dollar's still under a lot of pressure. How are space stocks doing today? Rocket Labs is down slightly. ASTS down 1.4. Quantum stocks are still under pressure. Lululemon turns green. BABA still green. ACN pushing. SPY starting to come in just a little bit here. Your S&P 500 starting to get heavy. Robinhood starting to see some sell side pressure. Robinhood's been super duper strong. Let's see if that makes a red to green reversal. But SoFi, big decliner on the session. Trump is still speaking here. Tesla going through a little bit more distribution. It looks like the market's going to make a full bear move here. Tesla, the only thing that could save it is a bounce in mega cap tech. You could see a bounce in mega cap tech and more distribution hit your individuals. JP Morgan catching a bid. Consumer staples are catching a little bit of a bid. Marvell's up 1, Snapchat down 1.94. They are absolutely bludgeoning names like SoFi, getting wrecked. Names like Affirm, getting absolutely wrecked as well. Holy moly. Let's see if CoreWeave wants to give back some of these gains. SoFi now down 4% on the session. Intel catching a little bit of a bid. QuantumScape making it back on the high volume list. That's seeing a bit of a red to green reversal. QS. Nasty QS reversal. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Robinhood still up a couple percent, holding steady. Tesla starting to come in a little bit more now. Tesla looking a little bit bearish. JP Morgan looking a little bit bearish. CoreWeave starting to come in just a touch here. Robinhood getting a little heavier. You got crude oil trying to move higher here. Open door now down 3.1%. Path is still up 14. CoreWeave up 12. DPRO up 17.9. Rigetti slightly green. IONQ down 2.68%, so quantum stocks are still showing some net distribution here. Surprised we haven't seen a debt offering from these quantum names. Well, we have seen in individuals, but I'm expecting more debt offerings to occur in anticipation of building out their quantum infrastructure. We will see what happens here. SPY catching a bit of a bid here. Your S&P is trying to firm up. Let's look at CoreWeave again. CoreWeave, a massive amount of volume here. SPY's still struggling. Trump is still speaking. Western Digital, Micron are still strong. Lulu slightly green. Baba getting slightly faded. Robinhood starting to come in just a little bit more now. S&P looks like it wants to break down. Nvidia seeing some distribution. Apple just green. Meta, Google, Amazon really struggling on the session. Really struggling. SPY looking like it wants to break down through prior day low. They might do a liquidity sweep and then a potential bounce. I could see them knifing SPY through prior day low and catching a little bit of a liquidity bounce. Hood coming in hard here. Still up 2%. CoreWeave starting to get a little bit heavier, still up 12%. That would be nasty if they do a good old-fashioned gap and crack on CoreWeave. Don't be surprised. These OpenAI announcements are getting faded. You saw the OpenAI announcement on Oracle get faded. You saw the OpenAI the following session get faded on Nvidia. Will the OpenAI announcement get faded on Path? We will see. Still strength in CoreWeave. Markets are bouncing just a little bit. Bulls are trying to defend that 7 MA. You have a lot of support sitting around the 661 zone. It looks like SPY wants to head at least to this area. 661. Catching a little bit of a bid right now. Pepsi, Adobe green. JP Morgan still green. DraftKings struggling today. Webull has turned green on the session, guys. Ticker WBL trying to break out to the high side. Very strong price action on Webull. Good to see. Markets are catching a nice bid. You got ACN still trying to break out. Let's look at TTD here. That's still trying to hold steady. Quantum names are still struggling. Now you got crude oil trying to make a bit of a bid off of the lows. You got the Dixie trying to find some support. IWM still negative, but bouncing. QQQ, still your weak spot in mega cap tech. Look at Amazon getting bludgeoned here. Nasty price action on Amazon. We got data coming out, guys, in a few minutes. Just be very, very aware of the data. If you got longs or shorts, manage them accordingly. If you're in profits, likely take some. We could see some more volatility. We got employment data, which is very market moving. Jolts expectations. So Jolt's expectations 7.19 million. That's the amount of openings in the market. Archer Aviation still coming in hard. SPY getting a fat bounce. JP Morgan still holding technical structure. Oklo down a little bit, 3.42%. So Oklo continuing to break down here, looking like it wants to trend to the downside. Inside of a little bit of a bearish formation here. Let's look at uranium. Uranium looks like it's going to break lower here. SMCI is full bull. Micron ripping. On Semiconductors seeing a nice bid. Okta getting slaughtered. Nvidia still looking constructive. All right, we're going the market's set to have the data release here in 50 seconds, guys. 50 seconds incoming. Data coming out here, guys. Consumer confidence and JOLTS. JOLTS is the big one. The measure of the amount of job openings. What is going to occur here? SPY catching a fat bid here. JP Morgan selling off into this. That's a bit of a concern. All right, JOLTS coming in at 7.22 million. So more job openings than expected. More job openings than expected. Consumer confidence still loading here. Initial reaction, dollar up. Markets up. So again, that's actually showing that less people are looking for more job openings. Market right now is trying to push off of that. Yields are quietly creeping up. Expect the IWM to likely get faded a little bit more if yields push here. So far, it's a positive reaction in the markets. JP Morgan sold off on that data, which is kind of interesting. SPY up, JP Morgan down. Usually that does not happen. Consumer confidence comes in lower than expected. So consumer confidence comes in lower. Let's look at retail. Interesting. IWM. IWM could get faded here with the initial bump up in yields, but they're kind of stabilizing a little bit here. Mega cap tech is still struggling on the session. QQQ is your weaker indice. JP Morgan selling off pretty sharply here on this data. What does JP Morgan know? JP Morgan has one of the best trading desks in the entire market. They're the only trading desk ever in a full calendar year to win on every single trade. One year they reported no losses, which seems like crazy manipulation to me. But JP Morgan coming in hot here, kind of diverging from the market. Your Dixie getting faded, yield softening, VIX softening, Nvidia, Apple still pumping this market. All mega cap are red except for Nvidia and Apple. Very interesting price action. Quite cool. CoreWeave still holding steady. Hood still holding steady. SoFi coming in a little bit. Gold down 0.2%. Bitcoin still holding above 113. SPY trying to go green here. They're trying to give this market a facelift. Yes, they are. SPY catching a fat move. SPY pushing, JP Morgan coming in hot. Seeing Hood coming in, JP Morgan coming in, SPY's looking like a short, using this high pivot as your stop loss. SPY's looking like a short. Trump still speaking. All right, guys, I'm taking SPY puts here. I'm going to use the high of day as my stop. Taking SPY 662 puts. Good JP Morgan. SoFi new lows on the session. You got Hood coming in hot and heavy now. CoreWeave still holding steady. JP Morgan taking a tumble here. JP Morgan really taking a tumble. Come on, SPY. Take it down, take it down. Come on, SPY. JP Morgan still heavy. SoFi, Hood. Hood looks like it could go negative today. Come on, SPY. Keep going. Keep going. Still holding that 7-day moving average like a champ right now on SPY. SPY 7 days at 662.49. Quite crazy. 662.49 on SPY. Still have mega cap tech weakness. SoFi just drilling into the ground here. They are annihilating SoFi. We almost have our $26 puts in the money here. Look at that nasty breakdown on SoFi. That is filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Hood is still holding up here. CoreWeave still holding up. Path still holding. Nvidia still holding. Seeing a lot of strength from Nvidia and Apple still. Apple getting slightly faded. Meta under immense pressure. Google getting smoked. So if we see Nvidia start to come in, that's where this market's going to give up the goods here. JP Morgan getting slapped around, looking like a bit of a bearish lowercase h pattern. Let's see if NVIDIA gives up some of the goods. Hood is now up 1.7, SoFi near the lows. Again, TP1 on SPY, guys, is just through this opening range low. I'll look to trim half of my contracts around 662.10. 662.10 is where I'll trim some of my contracts. NVIDIA's got some top wicks. Oh my goodness, look what they're doing to SoFi, guys. Those $26 puts with members are almost in the money. They're liquidating everything. DraftKings getting slaughtered. Hood coming in. CoreWeave still maintaining structure. JP Morgan getting slapped around right now. Your dollar's getting slapped around. QQQ down 0.3. Russell down 0.34. Mega Cap Tech under immense pressure. Come on, put options. They're pushing over $1 right now. Come on, a little bit lower on SPY, and I will look to take first trim. SoFi continuing to come in here. Is NVIDIA. NVIDIA still holding technical strength, but getting sold into. Yet again, another distribution off of the highs there for NVIDIA. Quite crazy. Big players are selling. Oklo under pressure still. Western Digital, Micron still a beast. Google down 1.4. Gold green. VIX is now at 1.19. Come on, take us down, SPY. Take us down a little bit. Here we go. We are coming in. Come on, SPY. Break that opening range. Break it, break it, break it. Break it. Come on, Hood is still heavy. SoFi heavy. JP Morgan sitting right on its prior day low. S&P catching a bit of a 1 minute bounce. It's looking like a bit of a short the pop type of environment. You are seeing a lot of red in this market. Mega cap tech red. If Apple and Nvidia give up the goods, guys, this is going to be troublesome. Right now, Nvidia pushing, keeping their lid on the sell side pressure. Apple coming in. You know, you got some certain aspects of the healthcare market acting well. Look at XLV, XLV holding steady. That's one of the reasons why you have strength in S&P as opposed to the Qs. You got massive strength in your healthcare stocks today. Quite a bit of weakness in financials today. XLK still positive on the session through Nvidia and a few individuals, but you got to really watch financials and healthcare and Nvidia. Your certain semiconductors are keeping a lid on the sell side pressure right now. Come on, SPY, get me to this TP1. We're close, we're close. Tech stocks are under a lot of pressure. We could absolutely go lower if they start selling Nvidia. They're looking like they want to take Apple back to the negative side. SoFi coming in hot and heavy. Look at SoFi, guys. Financial stocks are in trouble right now. SoFi, our $26 puts are almost in the money. Almost in the money there for SoFi. Craziness. Getting a little bit stretched. Let's look at the Russell 2000 IWM going down, breaking its opening range low. So there's relative strength in SPY because of healthcare, but IWM triggering what looks to be a little bit of a mini head and shoulders. You got regional banks getting slapped around here. JP Morgan still at the lows. Bank of America under pressure. Citigroup under a lot of pressure here. SPY still holding steady. Let's look at the Qs. QQQ sitting right below a 10-minute chart support level. IWM is your weak spot in the market. Let's look at CoreWeave again. CoreWeave still holding steady. Path holding steady. SoFi looking like it's going lower, but oversold intraday. Hood coming in from the highs. ACN continuing to remain strong off of those lows. SPY catching a nice bid. Beautiful little move off of ACN. S&P 500 still has some top wick distribution, but they're trying to defend it here. Pushing SPY right back up. IWM trying to bounce. JP Morgan trying to bounce. Let's look at NVIDIA again. NVIDIA is still trying to press here. Western Digital, another name that it's moved up so drastically over the last year-to-date performance that it's really increased its weighting in the overall indices. SPY still trying to press here a little bit. What's NVIDIA going to do here? Semiconductors are keeping a lid on this market from true sell-side pressure. Semiconductors are kind of need to be watched here because if they start to give up goods, wow, look at SoFi coming in hot and heavy, guys. Beautiful. I'm about to trim half of my SoFi puts. It's the options trade. So I did trim half of my SoFi puts, guys. $26 puts for December. So I just took 51% gain on my SoFi $26 puts, sold half. S&P trying to make a move here. Russell trying to make a move. NVIDIA is still holding technical strength. SPY pushing right back up. CoreWeave still a beast. Big bounce on the S&P 500. All right, they're bouncing this market quite nicely. So they're defending that 7-day moving average. JP Morgan bouncing, SPY trying to go green, Qs are still struggling, IWM still struggling. Nvidia, Apple positive, Lilly positive, Tesla down 0.89, Meta down 1.75, Google down 1.45, Microsoft down 0.36, Amazon down 1.35, but bouncing quite sharply here. Nvidia is still in full beast mode. Full beast mode. Oklo continuing to see some distribution down near the lows, even though the markets are bouncing. Oklo and uranium stocks, nuclear stocks are under quite a bit of pressure. Still looking to press my Oklo common share short much, much lower. You are seeing the markets catching a nice bounce here. Bitcoin trying to firm up. Healthcare stocks are still doing extraordinarily well. You're looking at XLV. It's had a full-on bullish reversal to the upside. UNH just pumping. J&J just absolutely flying to the upside today. CNC trying to make a push here. Want to see that name squeeze. SMCI ripping strong on the session. MongoDB under pressure today, looking like a bit of a bear flag. Head and shoulders hourly chart formation. Mongo could be in for some downside pressure. CoreWeave sub 14, Path is up 15, Intel up down 3, Open down 2.68, Snapchat under pressure, QS under pressure, Rigetti's green, SoFi under pressure. Ticker Wolf. Look at Wolf. That is just crazy. Wow. Wolf is into aggressive short level. BBAI trying to hang on steady here. Trump is still speaking here. I'll put him on.
Advantage of it, and we just really took advantage of it, and it was a beautiful thing to see, and that's what military power can achieve. That's why I chose Raising Cane. He's fantastic, by the way.
Still
I
short
hope
the
you all
S&P
agree. If anybody
500.
disagrees, could I please
Seeing
have
a
your
lot of
hand?
volatility
Who
in these
disappears
puts.
that Raising Cane is no good? Just raise your hand.
And my stop loss
I don't
is
see any hands raised.
maybe a
right.
5-minute close
That means
above
you're
this
okay.
pivot.
That means that he's okay now, but I
Z
saw
coming
his
in,
results. And
DraftKings
he
slaughter.
took out ISIS. I was told it was going to take 4
Hood is
years. It
still
took 4
seeing
weeks. I
strength,
went
but
to see him,
well off of
and
the
he took him out in
highs.
4 weeks.
Nvidia
knocked him
still
down.
acting quite
And
well.
I was told by military people it was
Dapple
going to take 4 to 5
trying to
years to do
bounce
it.
here.
And I
Amazon,
don't even know
big
if they have it
bounce.
then, sir. These were the Washington
Google
generals.
trying to
I call them the
bounce.
television generals.
Silver,
But Raising
gold
Cane did it in 4 weeks, took out
acting
100%
well.
of the
JP
ISIS
Morgan
caliphate.
holding
As a
steady.
result of these actions and many others since my inauguration, we're witnessing the triumph and
look at some of
return
these.
of peace through strength. We have great
Under
peace
Armour
through strength.
down just a little
America
bit.
is respected again
Victoria's
as a country.
Secret,
We were not respected with Biden.
that's
They
acting
looked at it
well.
falling downstairs every day. Every day the guy's
VSCO.
falling downstairs.
Look at
Said,
VFC,
it's not our president.
RL.
Can't have it.
Yeah, Ralph Lauren
I'm
acting
very
well. Let's look
careful.
at
You know, when
Nike
I walk
again.
downstairs for
Nice pullback in
I
Nike
come on
today.
stairs, like these stairs. I
From the
walk very
highs.
slowly.
Interesting.
Nobody has to set a record. Just try not to fall, because it doesn't work out well. A few of our presidents have fallen.
DraftKings getting slapped today.
Legacy.
DKNG
Walk
pummeled.
nice and easy. You don't have to set
Breaking
any
down
record.
here.
Be cool.
Nasty, nasty print
Be cool
to
when you
the
walk down, but
downside.
don't bop down the stairs.
Let's
So
keep
one thing with
spying on
Obama,
here.
I had zero respect for him as a president, but he would bop down those stairs. I've never said da-da, 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 bop, bop, bop. He'd go down the stairs, wouldn't hold
SPY
on. I
is
said,
trying to push up just a
"Great,
little
I
bit
don't
here.
want to do it. I guess I could do it, but eventually
Back to our OR high,
bad
just
things are
chopping
going to
around.
happen, and it only takes once. But he did a lousy job as president. A year ago, we were a dead country. We were dead. This country was going to hell. We were dead in every way, from immigration to military. We didn't have the weapons. We were given everything to Ukraine. We had nothing. And by the way, I have to tell you, now, as you know, I went over and I met with NATO, and NATO raised from 2 to 5, which everyone said 5% of GDP. Millions and now trillions of dollars are pouring in. They didn't pay the 2% because they know we were there to pay it. And now they paid the 5%. That's trillions of dollars. And we're not spending any money on that war, not 10 cents. We sell our equipment to NATO. NATO pays us for the equipment, and they give it to Ukraine or whoever they give it to. They can keep it, but we're not involved. We have no money going out. Biden gave $350 billion, not sustainable, $350 billion. And we have a war that should have never started. But we're not doing that anymore. So I just want you to know we're selling equipment. Our people are buying equipment. They are buying the equipment at full price, a fair price. So I don't want to say we're making money, because I don't want to be making money on a war. It's too many people dying. They're losing 7,000 soldiers a week A lot of them are Russian soldiers, but between the two countries, mostly soldiers, by the way. Sometimes, in Kiev, they'll lob a missile in or some drones in, kill some people. But mostly it's soldiers. Russia and Ukraine are losing 7,000 souls. And, they're not American, they're not us, they're not you, or have a special obligation. But they're soldiers, they're young people, they leave their parents, they wave goodbye, and then 2 days later they're blown up so unnecessarily. And so that's the primary reason I want to get it done. We got to get it done. It's crazy what's going on. That's the worst war that there's been since World War II. The number of soldiers that are being killed there is just crazy. From 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers die a week. Think of that. So I think we'll get that done, but that's turned out to be the toughest one. I'm so disappointed in President Putin. I thought he would get this thing over with. He should have had that war done in a week. And I said to him, you don't look good. You're 4 years fighting a war that should have taken a week. Are you a paper tiger? And it's a shame, but I think eventually
Big decline. Come
we'll
on.
get that one done, just like we, in theory,
Riding these
knock
puts.
on wood, because you never know.
Come
Looks
on.
like we're going to have the Middle East done, which is actually a much harder thing to do. I mean, thousands of years, but we have to get that war done. So now just think of it, we're a dead country. I was with the King of Saudi Arabia, a great guy. I was with the Emir of Qatar. I was with the great leadership of UAE. I was over there. We brought back $2 trillion and more. They ordered 200 planes, Boeings. They ordered so much, and they were great. But they all said essentially the same thing. They said, 1 year ago, you were a dead country, and now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world right now. The absolute hottest country in the world. There's nobody even close. Putin said that to me. We met in Alaska, had a good meeting. Then he went back and started sending drones into Kiev. I said, I thought we had a good meeting. But it's one of those things. But we were a dead country a year ago, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. You can be proud of that. And you must have felt like hell when you have a wife or a husband at home, and you used to read the numbers that we can't get people to join the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. You must have felt like, I have a job that nobody wants. That doesn't feel good. Well, now you have a job that is brimming over with people wanting it. They want it. And you're able to get a much higher quality because now you have your choice. You want so many. And we're going to have many, many people that aren't going to be able to join because of the fact that we don't need them at this moment. But think of it, what a difference that is from, I could just imagine 2 years ago, you're reading front page articles in the New York Times, of course, and Wall Street Journal. They always give us unfair stories. But they played it so big, they were playing it so big. Nobody wants to join the Army, the Marines, the Air Force. They don't want to join. They don't want to join the Coast Guard at all. Nobody wants to join. Nobody wants to join our police forces. Our police forces also. It's almost went hand in hand. And I used to say, boy, I'm speaking in front of the military today, and it's embarrassing because I'm speaking in front of people who have a job that other people don't want, but now you have a job that everybody wants. So I think that has to make you feel good. It's one of the reasons I love being here today, because I wanted to say that. I have to say that. Everybody wants to be in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines. If you think the Coast Guard and Space Force, our beautiful Space Force, it's a whole different world. And now they're signing up, by the way, seriously big numbers for the police. Dangerous job, isn't it? Huh? Fire department. But that's the paving the way for progress once thought almost impossible. I mean, a year ago, you wouldn't have thought that was possible. A year ago, they were talking about making the military smaller because they can't get the people to join. We're thinking about making it larger because we have so many people. And it's nice to be able to cut people because of merit that aren't really qualified for any reason, a physical reason, a mental reason. You don't have to take them anymore because you have the pick of the litter, and they all want to be with you. They all want your job. They want to be with you. They want to work with you. They'll even take your job, you know. Got to be a little bit sharp. You got to watch it. But everybody wants to be doing what you're doing now. What a difference when I speak to you, and I can say that as opposed to a couple of years ago when I was talking to rooms where they were desperate to get people and they couldn't get them. What a difference a presidential election can make. That's all it is. It's just a presidential election. Yesterday at the White House, we put forward a plan for peace in Gaza. We announced it, and we're going to create something that was my idea, but unfortunately I got drafted. It's going to be called the Board of Peace, and it's going to reign over that territory, and we're going to get that done. And they asked if I'd be the chairman of the Board of Peace. I wasn't counting on that. I had the idea for the Board of Peace, but I said yes, and I guess because of that, every leader, everybody wants to be on the Board of Peace, and we're going to watch over that very volatile part of the world and keep it non-volatile, so you don't have to get involved. We want to save you for other things or save you for nothing from that standpoint. We don't want you fighting wars, but if you have to, you're the most lethal fighting force in the world. And I would say that even 2-3 years ago, but now I say it with great enthusiasm. It's so true. And we're striving tirelessly to end the terrible war in Ukraine. And as you know, we're also working hard to get the allies to share more of the burden of our defense. Much of that has really already taken place. But all NATO members have committed to the increase that I talked about. Think of that. That was unthinkable. It used to be 1%, then we got it up to 2% in my last term. And they did not like it. And now I got it to 5%, and I get along great with all of them. In fact, they call me the president of NATO. I said, I don't think so. But they're great. They're great people, and they're spending a lot of money, and a lot of money that they should have been spending in the past. But I think Putin was a wake-up call for them, really. We're now selling large quantities of American-made weapons to NATO, and we're getting really fair pricing. We're making a lot of money. It's my hope that from Europe to Asia to the Middle East, our allies will make similar commitments to increase their military capabilities. And this will greatly strengthen our alliances, and also it'll make war far less likely. You know, if you're a strong presence like we are such a strong presence now. And I go around bragging about that. I've said, we have the strongest military anywhere in the world. I say it. You never heard Biden say that. You never heard him say anything. But you never heard him say, did you ever hear him say, we have the strongest military? He doesn't say that. I say it. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have great leadership. And I'll tell you, Pete and General Kane, all of the people that I've met that have been lifted up in rank. And we got many of them out of here, too. I'll be honest with you. Didn't like doing it, but we got many of you out of here because we weren't satisfied. We know everything about everybody. It'll also help the United States rapidly rebuild our defense industrial base. Each of you can play an important part in getting allies to do their part. So to that end, Secretary Hegseth will soon be announcing major reforms to streamline military acquisitions and expedite foreign military sales. We have tremendous numbers of countries that want to buy our equipment, and you know, in many cases it takes too long. They have backlogged. We're backlogged on all the equipment, which is something that's new to us a little bit. And I told those companies, you better get your ass going because we're selling you a lot of equipment. We're getting countries to buy your equipment. You got to produce the equipment. Some of the countries, I'm not going to mention, but some of the countries are buying a lot. And that's a good thing. They're on our side 95%. I'll never say 100% because it can always turn, right? You know about that. But they're on our side. The problem is we have to get the companies that make this equipment, and we make the best equipment in the world, but they got to make it faster. We have orders for the F-35. We have orders for everything. The new F-47. We have orders for everything. They got to make it faster, a lot faster. Ammunition they have to make faster. In the coming months, we'll be making even more historic announcements to fully embrace the identity of the Department of War. I love the name. I think it's so great. I think it stops wars. The Department of War is going to stop wars. If we are as ruthless and relentless as our enemies, the United States Armed Forces will be totally unmatched in the future. We have a group of enemies that are very ruthless and very smart, but they can't match us. They can't match us. They don't even come close to matching us. Again, it's very important for me to say we are the greatest military in the world, but we make the best equipment in the world. I watched our anti-missile missiles. I watched our Patriots just knock things out like a needle, hitting another needle on the stage. There's a needle up there, and you send another needle up, and it hits it every time. During the war, we went 14 for 14. We had 14, this is with Iran, we had 14 missiles coming at us. All 14 were knocked out.
Financials are wrecked.
Every one of them. We make the best equipment. From Sparta to Rome, to the British Empire, to the United States of America, history has shown that military supremacy has never been simply a matter of money or manpower. At the end of the day, it is the culture, spirit of our military that truly sets us apart from any other nation. Our ultimate strength will always come from the fierce people and those brilliant people with such pride and the unbending will and the traditions of excellence that have made us the most unstoppable force ever to walk the face of the earth. And that's what we are. Remember, we never want to use it, but we have the most powerful nuclear capability, and I call it nuclear deterrent of any other country. Nobody close. The men and women in this room inherit the legacy built and won by Washington and Jackson, Grant and Pershing, Eisenhower and Patton, Nimitz and LeMay. We carry forward the majestic military heritage passed down from father to son, soldier to soldier, and one generation of warriors to the next. You are warriors, you know that, right? You're great warriors, or you wouldn't be in this room. You're the best of the best. From Concord Bridge to Fort McHenry, from Gettysburg to Manila Bay, from Normandy to Sicily, and from the jungles of Vietnam to the dusty streets of Baghdad, America's military has charged into hellfire, climbed up jagged mountains, crossed roaring oceans, and thundered across open deserts to defend our flag, our freedom, and our homeland. Nobody does it like you. Now we are discovering American muscle, reasserting American might, and beginning the next story chapter in American military legends and lore. That's L-O-R-E. It is lore. When it comes to defending our way of life, nothing will slow us. No enemy will stop us. They cannot stop us. And no adversary will stand in our way. They won't stand in our way. We don't want them to stand in our way. We don't want to even put them in that position, but they're not going to stand in our way ever again. You'll never see 4 years like we had with Biden and that group of incompetent people that ran this country that should have never been there. Because we are the United States military, the best, the boldest, the bravest that the world has ever seen, that the world has ever known. With leaders like we have right here in this beautiful room today, we will vanquish every danger and crush every threat to our freedom in every generation to come, because we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. I want to just thank you once again, and God bless the United States military, and God bless America. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so that is a wrap on POTUS. He gave his presidential address there. I still got him in the background, but I've muted him now. So we have seen financials drop off of a cliff here. We're coming into that first TP zone on SPY. We've bounced off of this range once, twice, and now looking for a third time. But financial stocks are so weak right now that we should see more downside in this market. Typically when JP Morgan's selling off of a cliff like this, you do see more sell side pressure in the entire market. We are looking at a market environment that is technically bearish on the session. IWM breaking down pretty ferociously right now. All right, guys, there is TP1, guys. I just trimmed half of my SPY puts. Look at that. Beautiful decline there. Beautiful. Beautiful. What a drop there, guys. What a drop. Still have individual names that are holding up quite steady. Names like Nvidia, names like Apple, still green on the session. So imagine if they start to go negative, but we have now made a lower low in the market and the bulls are kind of giving up the goods here, guys. We are seeing our puts absolutely flying. Please hit that like button, netting our first winner on the session. Look at these beautiful contracts are ripping here, guys, ripping to the upside. Beautiful trade there. First win on the session. And we netted about just about 40%, and we're still pressing these shorts into the ground. Come on down. We took some profits on SoFi with members. I mean, look at your financial stocks. That is net liquidation in your financial plays. I mean, just craziness, craziness across the board. Wow, we are seeing the IWM getting slaughtered here. We're seeing JP Morgan getting slaughtered, S&P 500 getting slaughtered. Great short trade if you caught that with us. Move your stop loss accordingly. Protect your runners. What a drop. Next TP target is around the 661.36 area. Let's go to the 10-minute chart of SPY. You're going to see we've absolutely knifed through the 7-day moving average. We've knifed through your 10-minute chart support. You've come into this gap fill. We could easily see a liquidity sweep down of this high volume reversal pivot zone. That's where I think market makers want to sweep liquidity. Would not surprise me at all. Liquidity sweep. So again, please hit that like button, guys. Another profitable trade here in the live trading room. We sat through some pretty insane volatility there, but patience was rewarded on the S&P 500. Trade is now risk-free. Trade is risk-free. Getting a nice little attempt at a bounce. Our 662 puts are in the money that we took. And still looking for a little bit more. You could get a bounce here. You've done some nice little pierces of the prior day low, but that's why we took some profits into this zone. But markets are still looking somewhat heavy across the board. Dollar trying to catch a bit of a bid. Let's just do a quick sector check. I'll post that in the chat. You can see where relative strength lies in the market. Majority of your sectors are red. You still have pockets of strength in healthcare, tech, and staples. So again, nice trade there on the short side of SPY. Really big bounce. Amazing bounce. But we should go lower. Should go lower. Hood's still holding steady. CoreWeave still holding steady. DraftKings getting slaughtered. Regional banks getting slaughtered. Financial stocks today are getting absolutely wrecked. Absolutely full on net liquidation out of your financial names. Crazy to see. Very crazy to see, actually. SPY coming in a little bit more now. CoreWeave still trying to maintain structure. Your Russell 2000 sitting right at that hourly chart. The Russell could head all the way down to 238 today, guys. 238. A little bit of support here on the Russell, but we could easily go lower. You're violating some key moving averages on a little bit of your larger time frame. Hourly chart, you're still technically holding support and structure. Core, we've just printed a new high. Nvidia is still up 2.1, Apple up 0.24, Google down 1.25, Meta down 1.55, Tesla down 1.3, Netflix down 1.88, JP Morgan down 1% on the tape and still looking pretty heavy. Your financials are really weighing in on this market right now. Financial stocks do not look good. Crypto stocks are also under immense pressure. MRK doing well. A little bit of distribution now hitting healthcare. Healthcare stocks are seeing a little bit of liquidation. Snapchat down 5. Certain war stocks are doing quite well. Names like DRS. Marvell still holding steady. Oracle down 1.2. Micron Western Digital still doing well. Boeing down 1.5. Wow, DocuSign getting wrecked today, down 7.9. Weird trading session today. Very weird. Big bounce on your S&P 500. You can see the Russell pretty much moving exactly the opposite direction. Let's see what this head and shoulders on the IWM takes us to. You can see that head and shoulders takes the Russell down to 238.60-ish. 238.60-ish. If they want to get nasty with it. Big bounce on your S&P 500. Really sizable bid. JP Morgan catching a nice bid. What a bounce there on SPY. Holy. All right, guys, I got stopped out on my runners. Break even. So net win. Net win on those contracts. Small gain on the day trade, but you know, a couple hours of work. Just under a couple $100 there. I'll take it. Again, SPY is now in a little bit of a near-term downtrend, making lower highs, lower lows. So you gotta be cautious and watch that. Your S&P 500 is now making a bit of a bearish trend intraday. Let's see if it gets rejected off of this 5-minute. It is trying to defend that 7-day yet again. Don't be surprised if we come all the way down to the 661 and change on SPY. Big liquidity sweep level still lies below. Small caps are still weak. Hood is coming in sharply. Big bounce on your S&P 500. Strength from Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple. You're getting tech. Now you have QQQ starting to outperform simply because Nvidia is ripping to the upside here. People are selling small caps. Apple starting to catch a little bit more of a bid. Microsoft has made a stunning reversal to the high side. Don't know if there's news on Microsoft, but it is catching a decent sized bid. So again, strength creeping back into certain sectors of the market. Mega cap tech seeing all of the liquidity right now. Tesla still under a little bit of pressure, bouncing off of 10-minute chart support. BBAI managing to hold slightly green on the session. QS negative. Let's look at quantum names here. QBTS still under a lot of pressure. IONQ still under a lot of pressure. Oklo still under quite a bit of pressure, down 3% on the session. BTBT, Bit Digital, quite a bit of pressure, Bitcoin trying to firm up, but still negative on the tape. Look at the bounce on SPY. Whoa, crazy, 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 eh? Nasty. Big bounce on your S&P, big bounce on your Russell. Phenomenal bid. Can't keep the markets down, can they? SPY ripping, trying to take your S&P positive with mega cap tech strength. Amazon still struggling. Google, Meta, Tesla still struggling. Netflix still struggling. JP Morgan bouncing, but still looks weak. We'll see if this is a short-lived bounce or if they're going to try to break us out here. That's why you take profits and protect those trades, guys, because 0 DTEs can change in the blink of an eye. You know, we locked in 40%, making us profitable on the day trade side. Not gonna lie, some of my swing trades today are under pressure, under quite a bit of pressure, but that's okay. We got time in this market. It's the nature of the beast. Sometimes the portfolios take swings into the end of the quarter, but nice move down on SoFi today. Put options did print. $26 puts for December are in the money and green. We've pulled back a nice amount of profit. And SoFi could still have more downside. Looks like SoFi could be setting up for a 1, 2, 3 bar surge. I would love a 3 bar surge into your 50-day moving average. Don't know if it's going to happen, but just speculating, maybe it could. Maybe it could. All right, looking at some of these mega caps, Meta still under quite a bit of pressure, but trying to find some support off of this green bar reversal zone. Tesla still down 1.07%, starting to trickle down, but looks like it wants to touch that 7-day moving average. Google, another communication stock breaking down, setting up a bearish close below your 20-day moving average, setting up a potential bearish crossover of your 7 and 20 over the next few days. Typically, when you get the bearish cross of the 7 and 20, you do get a bounce higher. That bounce is often a little bit of a fading opportunity. Apple right now still holding technical structure on the long side, still inside of a bull flag pattern, holding up quite well. Nvidia breaching and piercing all-time highs, a one-way freight train to the upside in uncharted territories, yet again triggering a very strong bullish pattern, and right now that is the bright spot of the market, holding things up at the moment. Microsoft had a nice intraday pop to the upside, looking like it's trying to firm up and run with Nvidia. Amazon getting hit pretty hard here. This could be potentially a little bit of fear-based selling, hitting Amazon on the back of Nike earnings after the bell. Obviously, Amazon does have a little bit of that consumer discretionary exposure, so perhaps people are just selling Amazon. IWM is still looking weak on the daily chart, although it is hitting some hourly chart support. It does look like the IWM wants to backtest its 20-day moving average, which is at 239.77. The QQQ has firmed up quite nicely here on the session, piercing that 7-day moving average and then getting bought right back up, currently trading well above its 7-day moving average. You look at the SPX. SPX is trading above its 7-day moving average. That is the big thing we need to watch in the markets. Do the main indices close above or below their moving average? Gold pushing right back to the highs. Silver getting a really fat candle. Silver Juniors pushing right back up. GDX pushing right back up. Hood still strong on the session, but it is coming in from the highs. CoreWeave, remarkable move on CoreWeave today. Still trying to hold steady and push to the highs. Absolutely crazy. Western Digital, just one of the strongest stocks in the market. Can't believe how high this is going. They are doing a huge, huge standard deviation effect here. I mean, WDC just continues. Oklo continuing to see some distribution. Micron acting quite well. AMD acting well, trying to break out a little bit of basing formation. SOXX acting quite well, and SMH is performing exceptionally well with Nvidia, blasting off into new all-time highs. You're seeing some considerable capital rotating out of financials today at the end of the quarter and into healthcare. Let's look at utilities quickly. Utilities are not catching much love today. They are seeing a nasty little bearish reversal, but big financial players are liquidating here. end of the month, end of the quarter. We are seeing JP Morgan under pressure. We are seeing Bank of America under pressure. We are seeing Citigroup under pressure. We are seeing Wells Fargo under pressure. Some of your leading financial stocks are really breaking down. This is a pivotal area for the regional bank ETF. Regional bank ETF is testing a little bit of a inverse head and shoulders neckline zone as we speak. If it loses this area, you're going to try to sweep this impulse green candle volume breakout. Still looking pretty bearish for certain financial stocks and regional banks at the moment. Still seeing some strength in some of your war stocks. They are holding very strong technical daily uptrends. RTX bouncing phenomenally after that heavy reversal. LMT bouncing phenomenally. DRS, this is one I hold long exposure on. Exceptionally a bullish name. Quality fundamentals looking very, very solid. Kratos, KTOS absolutely ripping to new highs on the session, continuing to surge to the upside. All right. That was enough of a little bit of a rundown. Let's see what else is happening here in the tape. I am going to probably step away for an early lunch. I have a couple errands to make. But nevertheless, we printed one winning day trade today on SPY, netting about 40% on the put options. And we will see what happens in the rest of the tape, guys. But so far, your Russell and financials, you better keep watch of those names because look what JP Morgan is doing. JP Morgan, new lows on the session, just full net liquidation, guys. Big volume candles down. These aren't small candles. Big candle down. Consolidation, trying to bounce people. Big candle down. Consolidate. I mean, these are wide range red candles in some of our leading financial stocks. I mean, whoa. That is just fierce. That is fierce. Russell looks like it wants new lows. That is crazy. Just absolutely ripping JPM into the ground here. Holy moly. Look at them sell that weekly chart. New 52-week high on JP Morgan, reversing from the highs. Let's look at the monthly candle formation on JP Morgan because it is the end of the month. Still such a strong monthly candle, but you've had how many months? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive months of upside in JP Morgan. But you are getting some pretty fierce selling at this point. Crazy. And maybe setting up a 3-bar surge on the hourly chart. Again, you have a TP target based off of this little bearish formation that takes us down to 309. SPY's still holding remarkably well considering. So a lot of the liquidity that's exiting financials, you can clearly see pumping into NVIDIA, clearly see pumping into the stocks. So a lot of these mega cap techs are catching that capital rotation. This is an aggressive SPY short zone, guys. SPY is technically a short here with a high pivot stop loss right above this 5-minute close. SPY is a short here, 662 puts. Look at them reverse SPY. Tried doing a fake little breakout there. Still strong. Your S&P trying to Qs have gone positive. SPY still negative. Russell still struggling. Let's see if they reverse it off of the highs here for your S&P. Ethereum down 1.63%. Oof. Nasty on ETH. Nasty, nasty, nasty. All right, guys, I am going to step away for a little bit. Nice job if you caught that initial SPY short with us. Overall, I still think we can go down. You really got to keep your eye on NVIDIA. NVIDIA trading in uncharted waters is what's keeping a lid on the selling. But when you look at the broad market as a whole, RSP struggling today, XLG pumping today. Your QQQ is sucking the liquidity today. There's a lot of red on the screen. Majority of sectors are red. SPY, Russell still red. Banking stocks. I never like when banking stocks are really struggling on the session. Typically, when banking stocks struggle this deeply, when you see a divergence of almost 1% from financials to SPY, that is a rare deviation. That typically doesn't happen that often. And when that does happen, that deviation, it usually does drag SPY down. But I'm quite impressed with how they're defending SPY off of that 7-day moving average. But I don't know if tech can hold these gains throughout the whole session. I mean, Nvidia is going to have to really hold these all-time high prices here. And if it doesn't, if Nvidia starts to sell, this market is going to go down to the lows of the session. This is a flat out short off of this vicinity on SPY. Your stop loss would be a 5-minute close above this little wick. If you want to give it a little bit more room to run, you can use this little 5-minute zone. Nevertheless, thank you all for tuning in. I will see you in maybe an hour or two. But I will be back at least for the afternoon session, likely around, I would say, 1 o'clock or so. But definitely power hour. All right, guys, any final questions? So we're still seeing the NASDAQ tech heavy sector acting well. Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple green. Google, Meta, Tesla, and Amazon struggling. IWM is underperforming the market right now. Small caps are hit pretty hard to the downside, sitting right on an hourly chart, EMA 113. Still likely going to test at minimum this volume shelf today. I think Russell still goes lower. S&P has been a chop and slop kind of day. We obviously caught the initial short down, took profits, and then it pushed right back up. Said this was a short with that stop on the 5-minute closing basis. Anyone that took that would have profited because markets dumped tremendously. Now they're popping back up. So this is just a day where there's no real trend. It's just a lot of chop and slop. If you're not pinpoint precision with your entries and exits, you're getting eaten up. Baby food. Nevertheless, Nvidia still holding up this market. Robinhood still up 1.2, Quarry still up 12. A lot of red on the screen. We could easily see a little bit more distribution today, but certain names are holding up quite well. WDC under a little bit of pressure, Snapchat under pressure, Okta under pressure, PayPal under pressure, Ethereum still under pressure, healthcare stocks still holding up well. JP Morgan has bounced quite well. Again, this is yet again another short setup on the S&P. The S&P is still putting in high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, some lower lows. So the near-term trend is down. S&P 500 is in a little bit of an intraday downtrend. Again, it's an aggressive short off of this downsloping trend line. It's worked out once, twice, 3 times. Will it be a fourth time of it working out? Again, your stop loss on this trade would actually be, again, another 5-minute close above this area if you were to short. Let it pierce it like it's done over here. But we'll see if they can break this market out. It is looking a little bit stronger, and it's a tougher environment to short because the volume is thin. So when the volume trends are light, it means it's a tougher market to short. So I'm not personally looking for a short just yet. JP Morgan fat bounce to the upside, recapturing quite well. Ticker Wolf up 44. DPR up 28, Path up 10, Intel down 2.97, Opens green, Nvidia ripping 2.68. How big is Nvidia's market cap now? World's largest company is pushing 4.5 trillion, 4.53 trillion. That is insane. Do we know how much money that is? That is a lot of money. A ton of money. All right, this is the liquidity grab and sweep, a breakout out of opening range high. Risk to reward has been narrowed. If you want to short this area, this is the shortable zone. On SPY, stop loss would again be a 5-minute close above this high pivot. So SPY is a technical short off of this region. It's an aggressive, but keep your stops tight. Keep your stops tight. I'm personally going to wait a little bit. I want to see it touch this area. I would consider a short. SPY touches this area, I'd consider a short. They're trying to push this market higher. Big push, big push. All right, I am shorting SPY here. It's aggressive, 663 puts. $663 zeros. I am in. That's very, very risky. They are blasting us here through 2 major pivots. Whoa, look at the volume coming in. Big squeezer. Big squeezer. They are trying to break out that S&P 500. First little high pivot sweep. Big surge, big surge. Pushing the equity markets back to the green side. SPY and Q are green. I repeat, SPY and Qs are green. Markets have turned the corner. Microsoft getting a nice bid here. Is this going to be a big liquidity grab? We will see. Sell it back down. Dixie has softened. JP Morgan and financials bouncing. Crude oil bouncing sharply. So not in 662. I mean 663 puts. 663 puts. Mistyped on YouTube. Nice little sell candle coming back in. Come on. Nice little liquidity sweep and grab. Come on down. Looking like a bit of a potential fake breakout there. Come on, give it to us. Still seeing some strength. Come on, be a liquidity grab. So no closing higher high yet. A little bit of a wick high doesn't really count. Let's see if they push it right back down. Come on. Push it back down. Push it back down. Still have Nvidia acting well. Microsoft, Apple acting well. Down. Come on. Drop us. TP1 is on the screen, guys. We are short SPY. Looking for another winning day trade here. So far, we are slightly green on the tape. Here we go. Come on. TP1. Looking for a trim right off of this TP1. I'll sell half of my contracts. I have 10 contracts. Short SPY. 65-cent average. I will sell 5 of them at TP1. Come on, give it to us. Fake liquidity grab. SPY fake breakout. Come on, give it to us. Give it to us. Come on, S&P. Chop a little bit lower. Back to the negative side. It briefly went positive there, getting the bulls happy a little bit. Now it's back to the negative side. We're slightly up on the trade by about 10 cents. I want more though. Come on. Dump it. Dump it. Crude oil trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Nvidia now seeing some sell side pressure. So a little bit of distribution hitting your tape right now. You're chopping around that EMA. Holding opening range high. Are they going to bounce this market? We will certainly find out. Crude oil trying to break out of a bull flag pattern. Nvidia still softening just a touch here. JP Morgan still retesting prior day low, seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. They're still holding this market steady. Bitcoin still down 1%, Amazon down 1.3, IWM down 0.55, but off of the lows. Come on, next wave lower. Potential little 10-minute topping tail. You often get retraces of a topping tail, but a nice little 10-minute topping tail forming on your S&P 500. All right, so it did give us a little bit of a topping tail, but let's see if they want to retrace it or if they want to get nasty with it. Like I said, they often retrace it, but no breakout just yet. The hourly candle did close as well. It closed slightly inside of this previous little distribution candle. This retrace going on here. SPY's SPX still holding above its daily chart moving averages. Nvidia is still holding up quite well. They're still keeping SPY pinned here. Just pinned. JP Morgan's firmed up quite nicely. Oracle down 2%. Snapchat down 6.5%. Nasty day for Snap. Nasty day for PayPal. PayPal just cannot seem to gather its momentum. Alibaba has done a full round trip today, entering a little bit of a bearish candle formation. Nvidia is starting to potentially give us our first little lower high on the session. If this turns out to be a lower high on Nvidia, we could see the market sell off quite sharply here. We could easily see Nvidia come right back down to say 185. So Nvidia is still trading above its all-time high price. Let's just mark that in here. BABA starting to come in pretty heavy here. Your Dixie's still getting faded. Oracle really struggling. Micron Western Digital is still strong. Oklo down 4%. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. Not asking you for much. Sec, guys. We're seeing some significant selling. QQQ back to underperforming your S&P 500. Watch for a potential breakdown in your SOXX. Sitting right over prior day low. Dixie still softening. T filled that gap. SPY still seeing a little bit of rejection off that trend line, but trying to hold here. See if this turns into a bit of a bear flag. If you look at that SPY 10-minute, you did put in that topping tail over the last 10-minute candle, and you've just been consolidating now. Does look a little bit risky here. SPY. Still have strength in your megas, Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, but Nvidia softening just a little bit. Again, I'll be looking to sell 5 of my contracts at a Pierce of 663. It'll get them in the money. Here we go. Here we go. They are starting to wake up again. Come on, give me more. Just don't want to let this market fall, eh? Interesting. Oklo still struggling. Oklo looks like it's going to fall off a cliff here. On the hourly chart, 4-hour chart, Oklo's looking pretty dirty. The 2000 starting to see some sell side pressure. Oh, let's buy. Dump it, dump it, dump it. Here we go. SPY's looking slightly bearish here. Come on. Still holding above its opening range high, but Nvidia looks like it could come down to the lower boundary channel here intraday. Getting a little bit of selling in your Russell. Dixie still flailing around. Uranium still struggling. Oklo still struggling. Wow, DocuSign fell off that cliff today. Nasty price action. Silver Junior's back to the negative side. Robinhood seeing a little bit of selling, not much. SoFi near the lows. Come on, markets, give me a nice hard sell here. Boeing's trying to firm up. JP Morgan's still getting slightly rejected off of prior day low. IONQ still near the lows of its session. DraftKings getting smoked on 11% today on DKNG. Friggin' filthy. Filthy declines. Micron seeing a little bit of selling. Oracle continues to remain weak on the tape, selling off. BABA now down 1.28% after it was one of the stronger stocks during the morning session. SPY is trying to break out here. Russell's catching a bid. Your dollar is softening here just a touch. Still trying to push SPY back to the positive side. QQQ still underperforming SPY. SPY has strength from healthcare. Still performing quite well. SMCI having a stellar day. That's up 3.15. Ethereum still struggling. Certain staple stocks are moving. MRK, Merck having a really strong day. GIS having a good day. CNC having a good day. Nat Gas still remaining fairly strong on the tape. Semiconductors are catching another little bit of a bid here. SPY still just chopping around here. Still in my SPY 663 zeros. Flat on the trade. Come on down, S&P. Go to target. Go to target. Selling, starting to hit the tape. Decent sell side pressure. Come on down. Come on down. I'm gonna lower this since we consolidated a little bit. But come on down, SPY. Come on. Break the bear flag. Break it. Break it, break it, break it. IWM now seeing more selling, curling down. Here we go. Looks like we're going to start this next leg down. Again, I'm going to trim half of my contracts into the 663 Pierce zone. Come on down. Keep on going. Molotov cocktails. Pretty funny handle there. Trying to figure out IONQ's bottom. Just be careful with quantum names. They had a huge move to the upside. They can have a big move to the downside. I still have lower to go. All right, SPY puts are printing here. We'll talk about it in a second here, but you look at what we're trading above still. We're still having tagged the 20. You're coming into a Fibonacci retrace zone. There is a longer term trend line coming up on IONQ, pivot high to pivot high. There should be some support there, but I don't think that's the bottom. You know, you'll probably get a small bounce off of this $60 area, but I don't think that's the bottom. All right, contracts are up quite nicely here on our SPY put options. Come on down a little bit more. You know you want to. Oklo's still selling here. Looking like Oklo can go lower. No problem. I think the bigger level on IONQ is going to be your weekly 7. Look how stretched we are from that weekly. That's your first weekly chart support level. And that's still at 54.20. So I would say 3 weeks of selling in this name would certainly take out the risk, but it's tempting when you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But considering, you know, you got some more positive news today in quantum and regarding more contracts and the stocks are still selling, just shows you how stretched. And just to be clear, they're not profitable, these companies. They are not profitable. They got some pretty heavy valuations to grow into. Even if they start executing their business plan flawlessly for the next 2 to 3 years, it's still a huge feat for them to grow into these valuations. So let them go. Let them go. Um, Again, a nice retrace area would be back to the breakout zone, your inverse head and shoulders. I'd be a buyer down there at 45, but we'll see what wants to happen here with these names. They're just slowly trickling. You do have some hourly chart support here, so I mean, you could get a bounce. Getting pretty oversold intraday. You might do a liquidity sweep of this reversal pivot, but there's definitely some support. You know, intraday, you're building that positive divergence on your 10-minute chart. But markets aren't really too strong right now. You got a lot of weakness in your small caps, so it's a tough day for stocks to dead cap bounce. I got quite a bit of swing trades that are getting smoked today. And that's just the nature of the beast, right? That's just the nature of the beast. When you look at some of the leading stocks, a name like SoFi has been pretty strong throughout the whole year, and it's getting wrecked, down 6.28%. Our $26 puts are in the money, but when you see the leaders under a lot of pressure, a little bit of a sign that it's a tough tape to bounce this market. You know, even JP Morgan and financials are still struggling. I mean, my DKNG just got absolutely creamed. Good thing it was just a starter position, but jeez, that is crazy. Let's look at TTD. That's still trying to come in. Adobe, still weak on the session, can't seem to break out. Webull under pressure today, reversing from the highs. Let's look at RKLB. That's putting in bearish consolidation. It looks like it. Let's look at Cloudflare, NET. That's coming in. The entire IGV complex is weak on the session. CoreWeave still holding up okay. What else do we got? Hood is still holding up pretty decently. CDNS coming in. Silver Juniors had that big reversal to the upside, making a new 52-week high. And then they reversed yet again. So lots of volatility in your silver space. Pepsi showing a little bit of relative strength today. That's slightly green. GIS is slightly green. Still just carving out a base. Western Digital, this name. The market's going to be in trouble when this stock tops. I mean, I can't believe this stock. I honestly can't believe how much it's just flowing. You look at Baba. Baba's had a nasty reversal today. How's Neo? Neo still holding steady. XPEV coming in from the highs. TME looks bearish. Let's look at JD. JD still trying to come in. SPY getting heavier. Even a name like VST, that's been bludgeoned today. Crazy. Oracle still getting smoked. A couple stocks in my portfolio that are doing well. EXL, that's doing quite well. Smith & Wesson, SWBI, that's trying to hold on to some positive gains. SPY breaking down. Here we go. We're coming into TP. Up about almost 40% here. Come on. Keep going, SPY. Keep going. VKTX has just tried turning the corner here. So trying to find a little bit of strength. CNC still acting quite well, trying to break out. UNH still consolidating bullishly. DRS, phenomenal move on DRS here. Bit of your defense-based stock. Come on, SPY, hit TP1. Hit TP1 so I can trim half, lock in some gains. Come on. Even a name like MongoDB, that's finally coming under pressure. Looking like a bit of a H pattern forming. Bear flag. Let's look at Snowflake. Snowflake still holding steady here. After PayPal had that phenomenal day getting reversed. Shopify had a good day. Let's see that one. Also seeing some sell side pressure. Etsy had a great day yesterday. Right back in. So, I mean, all the stocks that had stellar days yesterday are just getting sold right back into. Except for your semiconductors. SMCI holding steady. Let's look at Broadcom. AVGO, that's still coming in. LRCX, still strong. Taiwan Semi, still strong. Let's look at some of this big staples names. Walmart, full bullish, full bull mode. Costco, absolutely ripping here. ETH, still under quite a bit of pressure here. BTC, also coming in a little bit. Let's look at MSTR. Backtesting 316, interesting. Let's see, Roblox, Circle's not looking too bad. Let me scroll through my master list and see what else we got going. Even a quality company like SE, strong fundamentals, that's getting hit pretty hard. So again, there's a big sell side pressure in this market today. I would not be surprised for the S&P to go retest the lows of the day. That would not shock me. Look at UPST hitting a 1-year moving average in an oversold condition. Wow, UPST getting liquidated here. Maybe a little bit of a scalp potential there. Crazy. Hitting that stock with full force. UPST getting bludgeoned. Let's look at home builders here. Lennar. Pulte Homes. Oops, what is Pulte Homes? Oh, let's just type in. Sometimes you forget the tickers. Pulte Homes. PHM, that's what it is. Looking a little bit fragile. Come on, SPY, knife it. Knife it. We're almost there at TP1 where I'll trim 5 of my contracts and leave the rest 5 running. IWM is selling off even more now. We are still seeing that under some pressure. Solar stocks are mixed under a little bit of pressure. AFRM getting smoked. Look at a firm, guys. Holy moly. AFRM getting hit hard. Backtesting your daily chart EMA. Here comes profit level 1, guys. Come on. All right, guys, there it is. I just took a trim, first trim, 92 cents, first trim on SPY. Beautiful short trade if you caught that with us. Look at that. Contracts are up over $1. Oh, look at that. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Another banger of a trade. All right, move stops to break even or in the money if you prefer. TP2's coming in hard, guys. Look at this. Come on, can we get 100%? Beautiful trade, guys. Beautiful trade if you caught that with us. Another banger of a 0 DTE. Huge wins. Amazing. Boom. That is stunning. Absolutely stunning, guys. That was all live traded here, called out well in advance. We sat through quite a bit of chop and slop there. NVIDIA, we could still go lower. NVIDIA still wants to hit this lower boundary trend line. So that could go lower, but a nice little banger of a trade. And again, I'm just going to keep a break even in case they want to keep flushing us. Too easy some days. Too easy. I'm going to sit down for this now. Oh. Here we go, guys. We're getting more selling. TP2's coming in. Come on, TP2. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Come on, TP2's right here, guys. Right here. Come on. Keep it going. Keep her going. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Markets are heavy here. Markets are very heavy, guys. Next TP level is right here at a pierce of that 662.50. Get ready. I will exit the rest of my contracts. Come on. Sell it off. Sell it off. Trying to bounce it. Come on, SPY. A little bit lower. A little bit lower. NVIDIA trying to stabilize. You've had Apple turn negative. Marvell still holding steady. Oklo, you're seeing some buy pressure coming back into your nuclear names. We should go lower here on your S&P 500. And why I say that is if we flip to the 10-minute chart here on SPY, you're going to see a failed breakout here. So what happens after a failed breakout? Usually a big bearish move, guys. So just understand we could see more selling throughout the whole entire day. You know what? Since we're bouncing here, putting in a bear flag, Thinking about lowering this target here. Yeah, 96. Could easily flush down to OR low. So I only have 5 contracts left at 65 cents. I'm going to peel back. If we flush into this area, I'm going to peel back another 3 and leave 2 on the table in case we want to go down to the lows. But I'll manage a break-even stop loss regardless of the outcome here, okay? It does look like the Russell's selling off pretty sharply again, looking pretty nasty, even on your hourly chart, not looking like it's holding any sort of strength. Your S&P 500 still trying to press here. Press to the downside. Chop it down, baby, chop it down. Your dollar is at the lows of the tape, testing its pre-market low. Marijuana names have given up some of their steam. So you look at a name like CGC, full round trip on these marijuana names. Just crazy how they rope and dope you, right? All right, guys, SPY puts are ripping. So again, I'm going to trim 3 more at that TP2 level. To NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA's still trickling lower again. Microsoft under a bit of pressure. Apple's negative. Amazon still struggling down 1.49%. Google down 0.87. Meta down 1.8. Tesla down 1.5. DraftKings getting hit. Hood still strong. CoreWeave seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. SoFi at the lows. JP Morgan still holding steady, trying to bounce just a touch. Quantum names are still weak. You've had your SOXS. Go figure, guys. You've had your SOXS turn green on the session again. And SOXS is trying to trigger a little bit of a bottoming formation. Look at these. There's some hard down moves today in certain stocks. Look at Square Block XYZ. I mean, just wrecked down to the lows of its area. Let's look at AI here. Legend. Look at Capital One. Wow. COF Capital One just full net liquidation. Like, what the heck is going on with financials, eh? You have to wonder what is going on with financials. Nice little bear flag right over top of our TP2. I'm going to let it pierce it a little bit before my next trim. Again, I'm going to trim another 3 cons here with a pierce of this level. Trying to get about 75% on this next trim, which would be around $1.13 on these contracts. But wow, look at Capital One. Just scrolling through, there's some nasty, nasty breakdowns in charts today. GSK doing well. Here we go. SPY's looking like it's taking its next trip to the basement. Come on. Chop it down. Look at GSK today. GSK breaking out. Wow, strong mover there. Very strong. Weekly chart breakout. 3 days left, eh? High volume. It's got the recipe for a nice breakout. How is Lyft doing? LYFT. Let's take a peek. LYFT taking a bit of a breather today. Come on, SPY, give it to us. Give it to us. A little bit of a bear flag. A little bit of a bear flag. JP Morgan seeing a little bit of selling. Chipotle still weak. Mara down. ALB, yeah, lithium stocks have been clobbered. All right, TP2 coming into play here. I want $1.13. Come on. A little bit more, a little bit more. You technically are tapping that next TP zone. Come on, give me a nice impulse down. Not a lot of volume down here. ALB, look at that nasty weekly reversal in ALB. That is just filthy. Filthy. LAC is another one that's had a high volume mover. This is getting interesting. Backtesting your 7-day moving average off of that huge Trump pump. Quite interesting. Anyone interested in LAC down here? Looks a little bit interesting. Yeah, a lot of consumer staples are seeing bids today. Georgiana saying First Brands files for bankruptcy, revealing billions of dollars in liabilities. Cool. What is the ticker for First Brands? First. Is there a ticker for? Is that even a traded stock? I don't think so. Yep, that's a very good point, Georgiana. Thank you. Appreciate that news. You're 100% right. It could be impacting banks' liabilities, repayments, credit crisis, maybe. Airbnb also struggling today. So again, we're still trying to push these put options a little bit deeper. We did hit TP2 there, just tagged it, but I'm looking for $1.13 on my contracts. I want 75% on this next trim, which I think I'm gonna get it right here. We're almost there, $1.13. I'll take my next trim, pushing $1.10 here. That's pretty much there, right there. All right, guys, it did take another trim there. There it is, $1.15 trim. Trimmed another 3 contracts, just over 75%. Beautiful gains. Only have 2 runners left. Let's see if we can get a banger of a runner here. Look at them sell this market, guys. Holy moly, contracts are over 100% now. That is nasty. PDL, I will sell the rest of my contracts here at PDL. What a nice short opportunity. Excellent short. Crazy decline there in SPY, guys. Crazy. I have 2 contracts left at 65 cents on the 663 0 DTEs put options. Getting a bounce off of OR low, so we are slightly oversold. You can see we had a big extension move away from your 1-minute EMA. Now we have an opposite extension move. So let's look at the larger time frame now, and you can see that we could still go lower just based off of this extension from the 5-minute EMA 113. If we were to replicate that same move, you're looking at a 661.33. And if we were to sell off down to there, you're probably going to try to capture this bullish liquidity. But things are looking real interesting now. Into the end of the session, we are getting a little bit of a decliner here. Craziness, eh? So again, I'm out of 80% of my contracts. I'm out of 80%. Holding 2 runners with a break even. All right, Airbnb under pressure. Let's just keep scrolling through here to see what else is shaking and moving. JPM seeing a little bit more sell side pressure and continuation into the ground here. But that was a hard sell on the S&P. Just shows you how powerful a fake breakout can be, right, guys? So we shorted it all the way up here on that fake breakout. The pattern failed on the bullish side, and now you're getting exceptional bear liquidity coming into play. And this is all happening as crude oil softening. This is all happening as the Dixie's at the lows of the tape. So crazy. Crazy. You're sitting right on 10-minute chart support though for SPY, so there is some support, but look at the amount of times we've tested this area. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Odds are we're going to pierce that area. Odds are we should see a fall. Let's see where the 15-minute. 15-minute is just a little bit lower. Very cool price action, guys. That was a clinical short setup. Caught that whole entire down move there. So 2 for 2 day trading today live. We are 2 for 2. It's been an beautiful session here. Let's see if we can get a nice dump down into the lows of the session, guys. Let's see if we can get a beautiful dump. Airbnb is still selling. Again, you got your semiconductors selling. We were discussing that a little bit of an NVIDIA parallel channel intraday. That still looks like it can come lower just based off of this little high pivot, low pivot, low pivot. We will see though if it wants to sell off a little bit more. Crude oil is softening. IWM did make new lows on the tape, guys. Look at the nasty price action in the Russell. Russell's catching a little bit of a 10-minute liquidity grab, but hourly chart looking pretty filthy on your Russell 2000. Even your 30-minute chart, still putting in a little bit of a bearish consolidation. You're at the low of the bear range. You have a massive volume shelf coming at 239.15. I would be hard pressed to not think market makers are going to target this point of control volume zone. I would be very hard pressed to think they coming so close to targeting that, and we're probably going to test it, I would say. We should test NVIDIA catching a nice bounce here. Let's see what else we got going on. BlackBerry going through a bit of downside price, down 3.67%. The Jets ETF, guys, look at this. Just look at this, guys. The Jets ETF, I mean, whoa, it is downright dirty. I mean, what a sell-off in your airlines. Look at that. People are fearing the potential government shutdown. I mean, look at that nasty decline. Nasty, eh? Or are we seeing a little bit of selling now? So if we look at the SPX daily chart, ladies and gents, look what we're currently losing. We're trying to lose that 7-day moving average. That becomes a short on the main indices. If we lose that area, the bulls are trying to lose that 7-day. You can see on SPY, the 7-day is sitting at 662.44. So SPY 7-day moving average 662.44. 144, eh? Looking nasty. Are we gonna lose it? Let's look back to the SPX because my SPY chart is full of dirty intraday levels. So we'll watch SPX daily, and you can see we're right on that knife edge of that 7-day moving average. They're not making it easy, and this is why we've had a lot of chop and slop. You think about the moves that we've had from a trading standpoint. We've had, what are we, Wednesday here? Where are we? Tuesday, sorry. It's only Tuesday today. Wow. We've had down move, we've had up move, down move, up move, down move, up move, down move. I mean, crazy. And the each rally and decline is getting bigger and bigger. But this looks like a failed liquidity breakout. So I would be shocked if they don't send us by the end of the day down to that range. But we'll see what our bulls are made out of. Can they defend that 7-day moving average? Right now, we're still trading just slightly below it. Snapchat getting annihilated. Oh my God. Fubo annihilated. Lithium stocks destroyed. Twilio destroyed. Intel down 2.8. Regional banks down 1.54%. Nastiness. PayPal down 3.5%. Silver now down 1%. Unity Software getting bludgeoned. That's down 6.5%. XOM collapsing today, down 1.72%. Lyft is down 5%. Crazy price action. Lamb Weston still doing well. That's up 4. Disney down 0.94. Uber down 2.39. Crazy. LYV, that's doing well. SMPS still holding steady. Humana, that's up 2%. Micron still holding on to gains. That's the thing. There's still quite a few individual stocks in the semiconductor space that are keeping a lid on this selling. If you have Nvidia give back half of its gains, and you have names like WDC and Micron give up their gains today, this market could tumble. Tumble Tuesday. Tumble Tuesday. Is it Tumble Tuesday? Maybe. Or is it going to be Turnaround Tuesday? Nvidia now seeing a little bit more. The OIH ETF getting smoked. Datadog down 3.65%. Copper stocks under pressure. BABA still struggling. Lulu. Is there a reshort on SPY? There's always a trade. I don't know. The short trade is pretty much, I think there is, but they could easily pop it up. But I think we're going to head down to 661. I'm not looking to take additional puts. I'm just riding my runners. It's risky after a big decline. You should have been in the room trading us with this pop here that we shorted. But I would have to say it does look like we're still going to go lower, especially if you crack your OR low. But again, from a technical standpoint, there's quite a big levels here, and they've popped at us off of this levels quite a few times. So it's month end, it's quarter end. They could easily facelift this market. The volume's not really that big down here. So it's tough for me to chase a short after a big decline like this. It's just not in my nature. That being said, I'm still holding my two runners, my 663s, which are basically almost up 100% on the runners. $1.30, I'd be up 100%. So we'll see. After a big move, you often see some choppy price. So I don't know if they're going to give us a big move right away. Maybe they chop us here for, the next 30 to 40 minutes before they give us another direction. But certainly the trend is down. Nvidia is selling now. SPY below that 7-day. Gonna see the puts. Look at IWM testing its 20-day moving average here. Nasty. Yeah, Nike. I've been so tempted to buy that. I'm even wearing a Nike shirt today. Maybe that's a little bit of an omen, but I don't know, man. I'm tempted to buy it, but I feel like they're gonna gap this one down. Honestly, there's just that little intuition. And again, the technicals are getting oversold. You've pierced the 200. I don't know. There's just so many people going long Nike here that it just scares me. It could pop, but if it gaps down, I'd be a buyer. Flat out, I'd be a buyer. I've seen a lot of trending plays in the fintech community around Nike, and a lot of people are trying to go long Nike here, and it might work, but I feel like they're going to gap it down. To me, what this is seeming like is I feel like they're going to do it like they did on Marvell, where Marvell was selling off. Marvell, I guess, was bouncing a little bit here and there, and then they collapsed it. But so I feel like they're going to gap it down, but I'd be a buyer. If they gap this down today, I'd be a buyer of commons and call options tomorrow. So if they gap it down on earnings, I'll probably issue some post hours common share alerts to have some long exposure. I do think that it's a great 2026 and World Cup play. You're starting to make a lot of sense down here for Nike, but just a part of me thinks we're going to see one more little move down. All right, big drop on SPY there. Contracts are up over 105% on the runners, pressing it into the ground. Come on. Come on. Keep going. Look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is testing some support. So that little parallel channel intraday, we are coming into it here hot and heavy. I'm going to look to exit the rest of my runners here, guys, at a sweep of this low. So kind of your prior day low. If we pierce that, I will exit the rest of my two runners. Okay? Trade. Another beautiful short trade on SPY. Stunning moves all around. Core weave starting to get heavy now. Silver Junior's negative. Let's look at that Russell 2000 again. Yeah, look at that Russell, guys. Look at that Russell. That Russell wants to go lower. It wants that neckline. Yeah. You might get a gap down tomorrow. Maybe. Part of me hopes that Nike earnings come out crappy so I can buy the stock cheaper. That's what I'm praying for. They might do it dirty like they did to Lulu. Remember Lulu was getting oversold into earnings and then they gapped it down. Come on. All right, guys, I'm getting close to exiting the rest of my put options here on SPY. I would go long SPY at a sweep of this low. I would take SPY on the long side, but only at a pierce of a new low of day. Okay? But I'm looking at taking my profits on SPY at a tap or pierce of this PDL level. Come on. Give me a little bit more. Give me a little bit more. Come on. Let's look at that SPX chart. Yeah, you can see SPX is hitting really short support. We'll see if it catches a bid there. You're losing that 15-minute EMA. Come on, knife me down, knife me down. Quite a bit of support down here on the 20-minute SPX chart. You got a 220-minute average and an EMA 113. Volume is declining. So the sell side pressure is slowly abating on your larger time frame, but come on. Give me more, give me more. SPY puts, all out of SPY puts, $1.51. Huge trade there. Huge trade from 65 cents to $1.21. Sorry, $1.51. Massive trade. That was the level. Now I'm looking for a long off of this symmetrical move level. We'd have to sweep this little low pivot. It could happen quickly, so I'm going to look at 662s would be a bounce back just below that OR low. I'd look at 662 calls. It's risky, it's aggressive, but I'd look at 662 calls. But huge trade there. So just over 130% gain on those final contracts. Great. That is great, guys. Amazing. Wow, what a bounce. Holy moly. That is crazy. That's insane. All right, we still have a SPY long coming into play, guys. We still have a SPY long coming into play, but we needed to go lower. And session today. Few base hits there on SPY for the day trades. Beautiful. So my two SPY trades today, up $617 on my two short trades. It's a good day for day trading. Nothing too big, nothing too small. In the middle. Let's see what else we got here. I'd love to see a hard, if we get that hard impulse flush, guys, get ready because we could see a big bounce as well. You saw how fast that liquidity came in there. Oh, if we get that hard candle that I could see happening, they should give it to us. They should. I'd love to see it. Let's look at the Russell here. JP Morgan's starting to sell off a little bit more, guys. Look at how your SOXS is trying to break out to the high side. You got some VIX showing some accumulation trends. Quantum stocks still selling. Staple stocks acting well. Commodities are seeing a little bit of distribution. CoreWeave and Hood are still remarkably strong. Let's look at silver real quick. Silver still acting well. Interesting. Oklo now looking a little bit more bearish. That IWM chart looks like it wants to go lower. Come on. Micron is looking a little bit weaker here. Day for my swing trading investments. Made some money on certain names, but fuck, some names just got clobbered today. It's always nice when you can make at least some money day trading because, again, investing and trading, it's a psychological warfare. If your swing trading portfolio is down and then you lose money day trading, that's a rough day. But at least I'm making money day trading, 2 for 2 here. And we may have another opportunity into the end of the day. Still seeing distribution in your financials today. XLF is still under quite a bit of pressure. JP Morgan specifically actually is seeing some sell side pressure right now. So JP Morgan had a really strong bounce. And here's the problem. If they go through the sort of a move like this again on JPM, again, guys, I'm seeing a lot of these symmetrical moves playing out here. Quite a bit of these. SPY is getting a fat candle bounce right now. We'll see if JP Morgan it wants to bounce. Nvidia and Microsoft are still positive. Your Nvidia is getting a decent bounce. Big bounce back up on SPY. You can see how they're defending that prior day low. 10-minute chart EMA 113. Micron's almost doing a full round trip here. At least our Oklo short is somewhat working out here. It's trying to come in a little bit more here. I want Oklo to come down at least till this gap fill around 105 Pierce before I consider trimming my common shares short. And then the options are a different beast. SPY getting sold right back into here. I like it. I like it. Nice hard rejection there. So you can see we're getting heavier through that 7 moving average. SPX does have quite a bit of support on the 4-hour chart here, which is why we bounced once already. We'll see if they want to flush it a few more dollars down on SPY. They could. They easily could. Nvidia stabilizing, Oklo selling. Your Dixie's still weak on the tape. Trying to firm up just a little bit. Still have pockets of strength in this market, so it's not a broad-based sell-off, but majority of the market is selling today. Open Doors gone negative again. Pfizer still strong. Neo strong. Intel weak, SoFi weak. Path is still strong, but Path has been sold into here from the highs. Nasty little decline on PATH. Already down 10% from its highs. That is crazy. DPRO, that is still a beast. Dragonfly has flown. EBAI. And again, we were so early to this DPRO. We were hammering the table down here. Hammering. Crazy blow-off move. Look at that volume. 55 million shares. The market cap of Dragonfly, let's see what it is. 46 million. And you've traded 55 million in shares, say, times $8.50. Holy moly. 55 times 8.53. So you've traded 469 million, actually more than that. You've traded more than almost $500 million just in this stock alone, and it's only a 46 million market cap. So you've traded more than 10 times the float. That's crazy. That is crazy. All right, Oklo still selling off here. Come on, chop it down. I still want these nuclear stocks much cheaper. IONQ, Oklo, they need to get hit. They need like a nice down day. Double digits. Give it to me. Yeah, crypto and Ethereum still under pressure here. MSTR still chopping around. Let's look at BMNR. That's gapping down 4% today. Soundhound. Yeah, another down day for Soundhound just when it was looking constructive yesterday. Back into your 20-day moving average. Could get a bounce here. Soundhound, not a bad aggressive. If you're a very aggressive trader, Soundhound is into a technical level that makes sense here for a bit of a bounce opportunity. I'm personally going to wait to see if we can retest this prior gap around 1512. Let it pierce that daily, but it's an aggressive level. It's very aggressive. Almost a little bit of a falling wedge pattern, I would say, on the hourly chart. You know, you can see that hourly chart pattern. Nice falling wedge. Not looking too bad. It's a good big bear again. BBAI, very similar structure on BBAI. You know, not really hitting any real technical daily moving average just yet. So it could come down a little bit, but also very similar nature. Bit of a falling wedge pattern developing. So it could be getting close to a bounce, pending that pattern doesn't fail. All right, is there any tickers you guys would like me to look at? Feel free. Wow, Oklo. There must be news on Oklo. What the heck is happening with Oklo off of that area? Is there news on nuclear stocks, guys? There might be news. Let me see. Uranium. No bid yet in uranium. Small pop. There could be news on Oklo. High volume. Really high volume there. Don't know what the heck that was. Getting sold into. Does anyone have any news on Oklo? Not seeing any news yet. Doesn't mean it's not coming out. Uranium's still weak, down 1.5. Let's see if SMR is catching that same liquidity. Wow, SMR reversing here. Crazy, eh? There might be news on these nuclear names. CCJ still down. So again, if anyone has news on Oklo, feel free to share it. I'm not seeing anything across a couple different feeds here, news feeds, but the volume is suggesting there's news. I don't think that is just a bit of a dead cat bounce. It looks like a bit of a news candle to me. That amount of volume in such a quick succession. There's definitely looking like there's some news. Let's look at some of these other names like A-Lab. A-Lab down another 3.3 off of the lows. It did sweep the lows. Wow, A-Lab's getting interesting. Filled that technical gap to the downside today. I would still love to see it a little bit lower. Let's look at Bloom Energy, BE. Wow, strong bounce on BE. Crazy. Crazy. Big bounce on your S&P 500. Georgiana posting a little bit of a... Did that just come out? I can't even say that name. Nuclear power plant without power. Ukrainians warned of possible radiation threat. Ukraine. Interesting. I don't know when that came out, but if it's a recent headline, no, then it won't be that. This is like literally live right now. We probably don't have it yet. We're not privy, but there seemed to be some sort of a news can. I mean, look at Oklo, right? That's more volume on Oklo. That's its highest 10-minute volume candle on Oklo throughout the whole trading session, even more than the opening. And we still have 5 minutes, perhaps. But there's definitely news coming out. We just haven't seen it yet. There's news, for sure. That's a high volume news candle. That's the most amount of volume at 1:45 p.m. You do not see volume candles like this in the late afternoon like this if there's no news. So keep your eye on watching a few of my news feeds here. I've searched Twitter, nothing really happening yet. SMR, uranium still kind of flat, but also seeing a little bit of an uptick there. We'll see what happens. KLO, 194,000 shares. Still got 4 minutes left in the tape here. Romania plans develop defensive drone production with Ukraine to protect NATO's east. Wow. Big bid on SPY here. Fat candle. Trump says government shutdown likely as no last minute deal emerges. Ooh. Trump saying government shutdown likely. Wall Street Journal 1 minute ago. We will see if that wants to occur. Wow, look at that Oklo candle, 215K in volume, still seeing nothing on the tape here. Anyone have Oklo news? Your dollar's trying to catch a pop here, uranium's trying to catch a pop. There's probably a country saying that they're doing an investment into uranium, something of that sort, I would say. But wouldn't be surprised to see this get sold into. Chart is still looking bearish, even with this pop. Oklo chart's still looking somewhat bearish, but nice pop intraday. SPY is also getting a fat candle there. Interesting. Dollar catching a bid. Everything's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Nvidia catching a nice fat candle as well. Your Russell 2000 seeing some nice volume off of the lows. What a bounce in the S&P. What a bounce. What a bounce, guys. What a bounce. Holy moly. SPY is a beast. All right, let's look at the Russell here. Come on. IWM also catching a nice bounce. SPY, beautiful rally. This is why you take your profits off the table. We can remove that. We can remove that. What a chop day, guys. What a chop day. No real direction. Just designed to eat you up and spit you out. Hopefully we've kept you on the day trade side, at least on the profitable side with our two SPY short trades. Odds are, if we hit the top of this range again, you become another short. That's what we're dictating here. You got this really weird pattern building and forming intraday. Just a whole lot of chop and swap. No clear direction. Hood and CoreWeave still acting well. JP Morgan catching a bid. Your Russell 2000's moving up nicely. Nvidia pushing. Microsoft still green. Nvidia still strong. S&P still outperforming the Qs. You are now back above your daily chart 7 moving average on your SPX. You can see the bulls are defending that quite well. IWM bouncing quite well. So the news on Oklo was DOE picks Oklo for development of its fuel line project. So I knew that was a news candle, hence Oklo popped, almost turning green. Again, DOE picks Oklo for fuel line projects. You can clearly tell when it's a news pop. Again, SPY is into, yet again, the high of its short range. It's an aggressive short. I would let it pierce this area again, and that would be a bit of an aggressive short trade. You can see how crazy this chop and slop has been. No direction, highs and lows, big moves. This is actually a crazy scalping range in the market today. I mean, there was money to be made. It's been a crazy range. So where did we open here? I mean, down move, up move, down move, up move, down move, up move. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's been 11 opportunities to make money in this market on the range. I mean, no directional trading, just a scalper's range bound market. Crazy. Crazy. Tough though. It's tough if you're not clean with your entries and exits. Odds are we do another liquidity sweep and rejection. Maybe another sweep short coming into play. Can see they're getting the volume here. I'm gonna go for it. I am gonna go for it. I'm gonna take 664 puts off this level. That's what I'm gonna take. If we sweep this high, 664 puts, 0 DTE. You can see another little attempt at a breakout. That's what they've been doing. Every single attempt at a breakout today has been met with sell side pressure. Every single one. Apple's still looking pretty weak right now. So again, aggressive short zone. $664 zeros. Let's see if they give us an entry. Nasty decline right off that area again. Big resistance being tagged. Will they take us back down to the range? How strong is this trading range today? Are they going to take us right back down? Maybe. Nvidia pushing. JP Morgan pushing. Apple still seeing net distribution. But a really strong recovery off of the lows. Nice decline off of that resistance zone. Literally. Look at the resistance. Crazy. Look at this EMA 113. It's like a freaking snake. Slithering. Doesn't know which way it's going. Tries to go up and then it comes down. It tries to go up and then it comes down. It's trying to go up. Are they going to take it down? Maybe. Maybe Apple's still looking weak. Dixie's trying to press just a little bit. CoreWeave still strong. SoFi still weak. Intel still weak. Pfizer ripping. Opens now down 3. Snapchat down 8. Nvidia up 2.38. Neo. So it seems to me that you've got a lot of people piling back into your semiconductors. Oh, God. Apple, Apple's starting to break down here while the S&P is pushing, IWM curling, Nvidia taking a breather, JP Morgan acting well, Microsoft still green, Amazon trying to find a little bit of support, Meta still struggling, Google still struggling, Apple curling down, Apple looking a little bit dangerous here. Apple was one of your stronger mega caps intraday, and now it's looking a little bit choppy and toppy. If we look at this Apple Dapple chart, all right, guys, SPY's coming into an aggressive short level here. 664 zeros could work out here. Retest, but look at Apple. Apple really struggling here. I am looking at a SPY short. High risk trade here, guys. Not a lot of time left in this session. Just about to enter put options there. Apple's taking it on the chin there, guys. Apple taking it on the chin. I was just about to enter. Literally was about to hit send on my order. I'm still waiting at 664 puts. Oh, I was about to get a fill at 80 cents there, but just missed me. Just missed me. All right, Apple's going to break this market right now. Sending it lower. Damn. Fucking 1 minute engulfing. Already would have been up 10 cents a con there. That's crazy. That was the short retest. Looks like a bit of a failed breakout yet again. Double top. You're likely going to sell off to this range low. Just give me a sec, guys. I don't know what the heck that was. So we're seeing healthcare stocks ripping. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier, Apple looking a little bit heavier, SPY right now still trying to break out. Looks like they're doing that liquidity sweep. Might get stopped out here of my SPY puts. Look at them trying to pump this market higher here. They are pushing it. Nvidia not really participating, but you're catching a really nice bid in financials. XLF. So we've officially done that liquidity sweep. I entered my short a little bit early. That being said, I'm not buying out of the money. They're 664 puts. We're trading right at that area, so down a little bit here, but we'll see if that turns into a liquidity sweep. So far, they've done pretty much every single breakout has been a liquidity sweep. You got to watch your healthcare stocks because they are your bright spot of the market. They're absolutely flying. Names like Merck, names like J&J, ripping, names like UNH. Obviously, Nvidia has been strong all day, but going through a little bit of sell side pressure now. Semis are still trying to hold steady. They're probably going to stop me out here very soon for a small loss. Still living to fight a few more seconds here on the trade. And I still have a feeling this is a liquidity sweep, but SPY is positive, so give the bulls the benefit of the doubt here, and financials are seeing some nice liquidity here. Nice liquidity here. Ethereum and crypto still weak. Bitcoin's still struggling. All right, let's see what we have on the 5-minute chart here. Technically, I should be stopping out here for a loss, guys. We did get a bearish 3-minute close. 61 cents. All right, guys, I am stopping out of SPY here for a loss. So that was about $80 loss to me. We can always reassess. So apologies about that trade. Tried going for liquidity sweep. SPY is looking like it's going to potentially keep trending here. Positive 3-minute breakout candle, looking to confirm that breakout. So I did take a loss on the 664s, and that's one of the reasons why we went and bought in the money put options instead of out of the money. The in the money put options went much, much less against us. I wasn't as confident with this trade being late in the session. Chart pattern was looking okay. So that's one of the reasons why I went less aggressive on it by buying in the money puts. That way, if the trade went against us, we could still get out with pretty much the majority of our position. Had we been buying, 663 0 DTEs out of the money, that trade just would have annihilated us and we would have lost quite a bit more. But an $80 loss there on those contracts. Small size again, 5 contracts, still up nicely on the session. But SPY could now trend into power hour, looking much better. Constructively, we've broken out of this range on your S&P 500. You're getting a little bit more broad participation than from the market. Financials trying to firm up. Healthcare is skewing things a little bit here. Healthcare is still remarkably strong. We'll see what they do on the 5-minute chart here. Could still be a liquidity grab on your 5-minute chart, but we'll see what happens here. Any sort of a back test can be bought now on the long side as an aggressive day trade, okay? Yeah, the government shutdown, sorry for saying, won't impact the stock market. Well, I mean, you could get some initial fear, but in reality, governments always typically do the wrong policy. So I guess, I don't know, it could be positive, right? Governments stepping out of the way for a bit of it, maybe a little bit more efficiency for the free market, less regulation, less policy. So governments suck. All they do is drain and create projects to cost, double to triple than what they actually should, so maybe the market wants the government to step away. But there's probably going to be an initial scare, but likely that scare will be after hours. But for now, you're getting a really solid pump in the market. Very solid rally here. Huge, huge, huge push here on your S&P. Bulls are defending that 7-day moving average. Very strong price action in S&P land and mega cap tech land, going from red to green to red to green to red to green, and now green. Very impressive. Very impressive. What do you guys think? Anyone buying Amazon down here? I've been so tempted. A lot of technical support here on Amazon. Quite a bit. Wow, look at them squeezing this. They are squeezing it. You're piercing the next liquidity sweep zone. So aggressive short, but this looks strong. It looks very strong. Holy moly. There is an aggressive short here, but wow. That's a strong V-shaped bounce. Impressive. IONQ still trickling to the downside. I like it. Bloom Energy, yeah. Crazy, eh? What a mover. Insane. Relentless. What a chart, eh? What an intraday chart. How many candles is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 10-minute green candles in a row. Talk about a move and a half. Wow. That's filthy. That is crazy. Some big Champions League games coming on in a minute. Let me just see something. You are seeing Nvidia selling off pretty sharply right now. Nvidia is starting to come in. QQQ is back to the negative side while SPY is positive. Russell's still slightly green. Robinhood into a bit of a double top. So you can see the relative strength in SPY today. Again, it's really part and parcel due to these healthcare names. You just look at, and some staples. GIS having a good day today. CNC. Wow. Looking to finally maybe make some money on CNC over the coming weeks. It's been a whirlwind of a trip. Look at Mongo. Oh, Mongo needs to break down a little bit more. Still down about 6% there. Snowflake is still a beast. Oracle still trickling. IWM is trying to squeeze here into the end of the day. All right, guys, so we've seen the S&P make a huge move into the close here, up 0.24% on the session. Very, very positive move for the overall market into the close here. Shrugging off really any sort of fear. A lot of stocks are pushing for new highs here. Robinhood squeezing 143 and change, ripping to the upside. Anyone longing Nike into earnings? Anyone? Peter's long Nike. Are you writing calls or are you writing common shares? Common shares, nice. Yeah, it's cheap enough. It makes sense. A little less risk. Sarfares is planning on taking $72 calls for Friday. Risky business. Risky, risky business. Yeah, I think long term, sure, you're okay, even if it gaps down. I'm personally looking to get long Nike. I'm hoping now that I know you guys are both long, I want you to win, but you know, I'd be a buyer if it gaps down. So hopefully it pushes up for you guys, but I'd be a buyer off of the next move down. Let's see where some of the open interest lies. You'll add more if it gaps down, yeah. Yeah. They gapped it up last earnings. Imagine they gap it into this gap. Previous earnings gap. Wow, look at them rip SPY here. That is filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Robinhood shares are trading higher again after indicating the company is exploring prediction markets outside the US additionally. So they're trying to expand their prediction market outside the US. Interesting. Yeah, the Head and Shoulders looks like it's cooked on SPY for sure. For sure. You got an inverse Head and Shoulders here that's broken out in the hourly chart. So you go from looking bearish intraday to all of a sudden extremely bullish, right? All right, let's see this Nike chart. I just want to pull up the chain here. NKE, Nike. Let's see what we got going on. So Nike earnings 10.99 billion. 10.73 last time. Last time it came in with a strong beat. All right, where are we? October 7th. 17,000 contracts sitting at the $70 calls. What am I on? Yeah, those are October 3rd. Okay. So open interest 5,000 sitting at the 70. 10,000 open interest at the $72 calls. 6.97 thousand volume. Puts, you got some 69, but they could be selling those. Let's look at October 10th. What move did it make last time? This move was roughly 11 opened up, 19% rally intraday. Wow. Let's see the October 10th if there's anything. Yeah, look at the IV though on these contracts. 110, 111%. Filthy. There's a lot of IV there. So on the October 17th calls, there's quite a bit of open interest around the $72 calls. October 17th, October 17th, 72, October 17th, $75 calls. There's quite a bit of open interest. Not too much open interest on the October 24th. Let's go up a little bit more. We'll go with 30 strikes. Wow, look at that SPY chart. Just a monster. Crazy, eh? On the October, what am I on here? October 17th, $80 Nike calls. There's 20,000 open interest. Implied volatility, 60%. Interesting. Let's see what else we got. October 24th time frame. Nike, not too much interest there. Yeah, quite a bit 22,000 open interest at the $95 Nike call for October 17th. Wow. Could be a hedge. 95. Interesting. So big push up in the market, but quite a lot of implied volatility here for Nike. We'll see what it does. What do we think? Gap up or gap down? Hmm. Did you take those $72 calls for Friday, Sarfraz? Did you take them yet? Let's see, 72, we got 10,000 open interest on the 72s, implied volatility 110%, volume 7,000. $72 is a pretty muted move. I mean, that should work out. If it gaps up, Nike should have a pretty big move here. We will see. We will see what happens, but wow, imagine they push SPY here into the final 13 minutes into all-time high, ending the month and ending the quarter, just absolutely ripping this market to the upside. Strong close to the end of the month and end of the quarter. This is the last trading day of the month, last trading day of the quarter, and they just gave it a facelift, an absolute facelift. Massive mover. Okay, so you're sitting right in this area here. 110% implied volatility. Should get a big move. We should. Interesting. Yeah, it'll be an interesting mover for sure. It's going to have some sympathy plays as well. Well, good luck with your 230s. Really good luck. All right, guys, that's the close. They ended up pushing the markets back to the positive side today. Your S&P and Qs had a really strong rally. IWM also closing positive on the session. A little bit of weakness in mega cap tech, but let's see what Nike does after the bell. What time are those earnings? Is it right at 4 o'clock? 4:15. 4:15 Nike. So you got a little bit of time. I was gonna stay on, but 4:15. I'm gonna close the stream down, but that's when your Nike volatility will be set to increase here. Not really seeing much else after the bell here. But appreciate you guys trading in. 2 of 3 day trade winners, netting just over $500 for me on the day trading side today. Certain swings took a hit, but nevertheless, that's the nature of the beast. We'll see what Nike does after the bell. Hopefully you guys make some money on those call options and common shares. If it gaps down, I'll be looking for some buying zone. Appreciate the support, guys. We'll see you again tomorrow. Take care. Take care.